Council will stand in session. Item 1, Green Stormwater Infrastructure Program. Item 1, time has been set aside for the discussion of the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Program rollout. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is an item that's been discussed now for some time. I think we're ready for a little more detail. I'll turn it over to our Director of Tucson Water, Tim Tomier.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it's a happy day to be here with you to talk about a new program that we're hopeful we can establish here in the city of Tucson. Dating back to last September, council previously studied the implementation of a green stormwater infrastructure fee and fund, and unanimously approved moving forward with bringing back an actual proposal to establish the fee. We're here today and then this evening in order to accomplish that. The way the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Fund would work is that there would be a charge, a volumetric charge for water usage within the city of 13 cents per CCF. The average customer bill would be about $1.04 per month to pay that fee. And it would fund green stormwater infrastructure investments across the city. It will raise approximately $3.1 million in each year, and it's proposed as essentially a pilot program that would run for a little over 3 years and would automatically sunset unless action is taken by the council in order to renew or extend it. Of that approximately $3 million per year, the city already has a number of green stormwater infrastructure features around the city, but they have not been maintained. They've not been maintained for their ability to manage stormwater or even some of the vegetation that it supports. So about $300,000 per year would go toward actually maintaining the features we have. There would be an additional about $400,000 per year for the management of the program, which leaves about $2.3 million in capital funding in order to build new GSI, or green stormwater infrastructure. There's a report that was prepared and shared with council that gives kind of a menu of what those green stormwater infrastructure projects could look like. It also listed these projects, a little over 80 projects, over each of the wards, the full geography of the city, and showed how they could be used to leverage other investments being done by the city. So example, parks improvements that might be happening under a program, applying some of this funding to make some of those elements green stormwater infrastructure could be a way to really multiply the benefits of those investments. The same could be said true of our bikeways, our transportation projects. It could even apply to investments being made by the Pima County Flood Control District. So there are about 16 policies in Plan Tucson that the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Fund would be tied to. It includes public safety and strategies for reducing flood risk. It includes public health. We're all well aware of the fact that green stormwater infrastructure would be directly tied to the development and expansion of tree canopy in Tucson. Trees are one of the best investments we can make from a public health standpoint, improving air and water quality, even mental health within green spaces within the city. It is part of our management of water resources, better utilizing our underutilized rain and stormwater, takes the city forward in its energy and climate readiness, and also benefits our transportation system as has been documented by our Department of Transportation and Mobility. One of the challenges for the roadways in Tucson is the fact that they are also our storm drains, and that running water degrades the roadways much quicker than they would otherwise. So there's multiple benefits associated with the GSI fee and fund. And I'd like to also mention that it also really connects to the retreat that was just held last week with Mayor and Council, and a number of priorities were identified, and a Green Stormwater Infrastructure Fund would advance some of those, including climate action itself, green infrastructure as part of green transportation, green roadways. We also have, as a stated priority, parks and trees as its own outcome. And then it's also important to note that with economic development and training being a priority of this council, the capacity building elements of a green stormwater infrastructure fund should not be overlooked. They are a way for us to develop job training, job skills within the city in order to accomplish not just the GSI fund outcomes, but even broader goals such as the million tree goal.
So, Tim, I just wanted to take the liberty to expand on your introduction of this particular conversation for Mayor and Council. the council has been having a conversation about climate resiliency and climate adaptation. That is something that I talked about throughout the year in 2019, and that the citizens of our city are very concerned about the heat island effect that we're suffering. We are seeing in the news that the city of Tucson is the third fastest warming city in the nation, just right behind Phoenix. And we, as mayor and council, there's 2 new members, but you also believe in this particular mission, is that we have to prepare as a city to become a climate resilient city. And in the process of our different departments starting to have the conversation of a climate action plan, it's important that we find and that we explain to the residents of Tucson the why. The why of why creating this green infrastructure fee is important for all of us, right? And so one of the projects that I promised the residents of Tucson is to create a 1 million trees by 2030 campaign. And that is something that I'd like to pair with a green infrastructure fund so that we all work together in tandem to make sure that we continue moving on the idea of why investing in a green infrastructure fund is important for the residents of Tucson. The green stormwater infrastructure is a powerful tool for the city to adapt, like I said, to a changing climate. It will also help our urban watershed become much more of a sponge in terms of the soil and vegetation. And that creating that infrastructure, the green infrastructure, and planting the trees is something that we have to work on together, and that makes sense in this particular issue. As we move in creating this fee, we also have to partner with not just Tucson Water in creating the green infrastructure where it's centrally located, and it's important for this program to be there. But we also have to bring in departments like Parks and Recreation. We have to bring in environmental services, transportation department, have this conversation so that we could have a well-organized, well-thought-out approach. But we also have to extend a hand out to nonprofit organizations that are working on issues like this. And in my thought, if the city attorney says it's okay, what I'd like to do as the mayor of the city of Tucson in leading the 1 Million Trees by 2030 campaign is also go outside to our private partners in the community, right? Because climate change should not be an issue that just governments are concerned about and that just governments and residents have to pay for. Climate change and climate adaptation and resiliency should be an issue that everyone, including companies, are investing in. So what I'd like to do, if Mike Rankin tells me it's okay, is to partner with a nonprofit organization like Tucson Clean and Beautiful and go to our companies that are here, like Raytheon and Caterpillar and Geico and Citibank and so many other corporations, and ask them to invest in partnering with the city of Tucson and Tucson Clean and Beautiful in the campaign to plant 1 million trees in the city of Tucson. So while Mike Rankin thinks of that, I'd like to ask Katie Gannon up just to say a couple of words to talk about the importance of this particular partnership, which we've done before, but we want to expand at a greater scale. So I'd give the floor to Katie and then open it up to my colleagues on the council for any additional questions or comments that you might have. Katie.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Katie Gannon. I'm the Executive Director of Tucson Clean and Beautiful and our urban forestry program, Trees for Tucson. I'm also an ISA certified arborist. And I'm here today to express my strong support for the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Fund. As you know, Tucson has been recently identified as the third fastest warming city in the United States. This is the most pressing issue of our time. As we address the urgency of rising temperatures, a recent study identifies in the Journal of Science identifies trees as one of the most effective strategies for climate change mitigation, especially in arid climates like Tucson. Planting trees is planting life and death infrastructure. Likewise, planting the stormwater to support urban trees throughout their lifetimes is critically important infrastructure. I applaud the City of Tucson for recognizing the need to harness the stormwater necessary to create and sustain greater tree canopy. The stormwater harvesting is an essential strategy in overcoming barriers to tree equity in our low canopy communities and in reversing our status as the third fastest warming city in the nation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Really appreciate it. And if you can stand by just in case there's any questions from my colleagues. I'd like to open the floor if there are any questions or comments. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tim, what is the project cost for hiring new staff, training current Tucson water staff, outreach materials development, website development of the proposed GHSI program, and how will Tucson Water cover these costs since the proposed fee will not go into effect until April? At the same time, Tucson Water said in the communication to do what was selected earlier in this question.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, in the interim period between now and when the GSI fund would actually start to have revenue generated in it, the total cost is approximately $10,000 in order to cover the staff costs and the collateral materials that would go into the public outreach campaign associated with it. And so that would be just paid out of Tucson Water operating funds. It's necessary to have enough momentum going into the fund taking place so that, first of all, people are well aware of it. People know why and the benefits and really the why of why we're adding a new fee. All of that is necessary work and can't wait for bills to start come due. So we would plan to program that right out of the Tucson Water utility.
In the low income assistance program, the folks that are in there will not be charged this fee. Am I correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, that's correct. That is input that we received in the September study session. The question was asked whether or not those that qualify for the low-income program could be exempted, and we have moved forward in that direction.
Okay, and if a citizen sees this new fee coming and it's going to take them over the edge with their income, they can just contact Tucson Water and start working on getting into the low assistance fee.
That's correct. Actually, anybody that needs to qualify for the low-income program, those calls are taken at the Tucson Water call center. And
what are you going to do in the outreach for the monolingual community?
All of the materials will be available in Spanish, and I think Mayor and Council is aware of the fact that we have routine Spanish language TV and radio spots that we have routinely every week or every month, and covering green stormwater infrastructure would be readily folded into that live real-time media.
Thank you, Tim.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Cunningham?
Do we have any idea how much revenue this is going to be?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, this would generate about $3 million per year.
And how are we coordinating that with the Million Trees campaign?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, as indicated in the mayor's remarks and in my opening remarks, the green stormwater infrastructure in and of itself is an avenue in order to get new trees planted, and these actually are trees. One of the benefits of this program is after an establishment period, the watering of these trees would largely be done from rain and stormwater, so it doesn't really negatively impact our water supply. It certainly is something that we have been directed to make sure that we maximize the tree benefit from the Green Stormwater Fund, and that is direction we're taking very seriously.
do we already have an ordinance that mandates that we get 50% of our landscaping water in new commercial buildings that's supposed to be captured from rainwater. How does this program fit into that piece?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, it definitely builds upon that. We have a number of ways that we either incentivize or encourage rainwater harvesting, all the way from the rooftop scale to the neighborhood scale. That ordinance stands, and that ordinance does apply to new commercial development. So that would still be an element of the city's overall portfolio.
Not to get wonky here, but it just for the dozens and dozens of people streaming on this live, and for the people who showed up here, all 14 of you. A couple things I wanted to bring out and then let you kind of pontificate a little bit. So we wheel about 125,000 acre feet of water a year, give or take.
Vice Mayor Cunningham, it's approximately about 110,000 acre feet per year.
And then we also receive 36,000 acre feet of reclaimed, of which we put back into purple piping or recharge at this point.
That's correct.
So do we have like a net acre feet estimate with this green water, this green stormwater program? Do we have a goal or at least an estimate or like a ballparker on how this is going to affect our net water position, if you will?
Vice Mayor Cunningham, we don't have a precise target for the amount of water we're trying to recharge or retain through the program. We're focused on combating urban heat island tree canopy, and we'll be measuring over time the amount of water that we can retain through these infrastructure, but we don't have a specific target for that.
All right, well, let me do it this way. I'll be a little more blatant. I'm totally advocating for this. I just want everybody to know that this is a net water plus for us. Is that can you expound on that, please?
Vice Mayor Cunningham, I certainly can. So the fact that we have 4 main water supplies in Tucson, and one of them is one we utilize very little of, is our rainwater. So we've begun to utilize it through rainwater harvesting, neighborhood stormwater harvesting, but it represents a very small amount of our actionable water right now, but it represents a huge volume of potential water. Through green stormwater infrastructure, we will start really leveraging that local rainwater toward our water supply.
Now, are we coordinating with Tucson Clean and Beautiful for the Million Trees program as part of this?
Vice Mayor Cunningham, we're already partnered on the neighborhood stormwater in the program that exists, and as the mayor indicated, we're waiting for Mr. Rankin's agreement that we could directly engage them on the Trees for Tucson.
So there's a couple pieces that I think I'd like to see kind of happen. One of the things that happens is that my office actually got calls saying, how are we going to plant 1 million trees when we're always trying to conserve water? Well, this is kind of the way we're going to do that. But we still got to get those 1 million trees, and we've got to use our water responsibly to do that. Is it possible, and I don't know if this is, I was hoping that we could set aside part of this money to ensure that we have a 1 million trees coordinator position in Tucson. Can we do that in the form of a motion?
Yes, please, I'll introduce.
I'm going to move that we allocate a portion of this $3 million to create the 1 million trees coordinator position in the city of Tucson.
And this would be out of the, in addition to the positions already called out
Correct.
in the budget, okay.
Correct.
And this would be in the Tucson Water
Yes.
Green Storm, okay. So I'll entertain it in the form of a motion. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay. Any continued discussion or questions or comments? Council members, Kozaczek.
Yeah, the reason I didn't support the motion is because there was already an administrator position built into the funding for this, and I don't want to start chipping away at the revenues that we have available for this that really are about funding projects, not measuring recharge to create more administrative staff. So there are already positions built into the fund. I'm glad that Katie's here, and I'm glad that you brought her up to speak. My concerns are about who's going to manage the finances, who's going to oversee the projects. who's doing the quality control on the maintenance end of this thing. We have too many examples of butchered trees out in the community. Let's make sure that we're protecting what we're planting. And as we said last week, and perhaps that's the intent of having Katie here, we have the rainwater harvesting neighborhood scale program in place that's being funded out of the conservation fee. Is it the intention to roll that into this fund instead and stop funding it out of the conservation program? Or are we doing both? What's the thinking on that?
Honorable Mayor.
Different questions, project management, QC, funding.
Absolutely. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek. I'll take the second question first, which is about how we could go about, actually, I forgot the second question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I had the answer.
All right, so who's going to manage the projects and the finances? How are we overseeing the quality control and the maintenance? Because right now, parks, streets, you guys, neighborhood groups, private contractors, Tucson Clean, we got everyone in the community trying to play a role in the QC and the maintenance piece. So was that the second question?
Yeah, Councilmember Kozaczek. The staffing as originally proposed does include a superintendent that would oversee the actual functioning of the program, that would oversee whether it's done by city crews or contracted crews, would oversee the quality control and the fact that the work gets done. There's also
issuing work orders and following through, because right now we have 5 different departments issuing work orders to their own crews.
That's correct, and that can take, we're also in the process of bringing all of our work order systems into one system. So within the life of this program, there won't necessarily be a work order system within Tucson Water and a different work order system within Transportation and Mobility. That's something on a separate track. But having said that, our ability to coordinate work orders is something that this position would do, but it's not just falling on one person's shoulders. There's also, and how this gets deployed, how it relates to a tree coordinator is really subject to the manager and how he would like to deploy this. But we have dedicated a half-time equivalent to an urban landscape manager. What skill sets that person brings would certainly include quality control from the standpoint of doing things the right way, not just that things got done, but they get done the right way from an urban tree canopy standpoint, but also clearly could be contributing toward coordination of tree efforts. And any of these positions we're talking about are city employees. It doesn't matter if they're housed within water. The fund itself would be housed in water, but these are citywide resources.
Tim, if I may, back in, I think it was February of 2019, I think you, Councilmember Kozaczek, brought it up, the concern about landscaping and being able to train our landscaping crews, whether that be contracted or whether they be TDOT or parks or water. We need to make sure that there is coordination amongst all of the departments, and I think that that's the concern, because if we don't do, and I think that's why Councilmember or Vice Mayor Cunningham's motion is the right way to go. If we do not do this program right, besides the green infrastructure, the planting trees portion, we could have half of the trees that are planted die on us. If we're not coordinating this, if we're not making sure that this particular project is done right. And so it really takes a lot of work and a lot of coordination to make sure that whomever's planting the trees is doing it right, that the maintenance is done right, that the landscaping is done right, and so that the training is being done for park staff, for transportation and mobility staff, all of that. So it really is a worthy conversation to have. But I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek that it needs to be coordinated and it needs to be well thought out. And that's why I think that the Vice Mayor has a point. Vice Mayor.
Well, there's a few things going on here. Number one is that this fee gives us a few opportunities that we're not actualizing right now. Number one is we've talked in the past about different retention projects. We've talked in the past about dry storage. We've talked in the past about different ways to leverage the rainwater resource that we have that's a little bit more untapped. And a lot of it escapes to us. Water is going to become a commodity over the next 100 years, especially in the desert. Let's face it, we're already having that discussion, and this is just us to, one piece of this is to help us get ahead of the game. The reason for the 100 trees is because Tucson's too incredible of a community that we have all these different folks who understand the importance of Heat Island. They understand the importance of why we need the canopy. They understand the a lot of them understand xeriscaping, and everybody is well-intentioned. Our biggest problem right now is trying to ensure that we're not duplicating effort. Our biggest challenge right now is trying to ensure that we are maximizing our resources. Well, I think a city position to do that makes a lot of sense, and that's why I'm behind. That's why I made the motion, because it just makes sense for this program. If we want to build it into the other 5, make one of the 5 positions already being built, but that's a choice we can make. But the bottom line is that the idea that we don't have somebody in the city coordinating how we're going to increase our tree canopy at least 2-fold over the next 25 years is ludicrous. We've got to have that position. So that's why I made the motion. I think it's a good piece of this, and it's also, it would represent less than, if my math is right, it would end up representing less than, I want to say, 3 to 4% of the entire budget. So I think it makes sense.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then I'll go back to you, Councilmember Kozaczek.
So with that clarification, I would like to second the motion. So I don't know how that works.
Do I need to remake it, or?
So the motion died because there was no second, but if you'd like to
Can I remake my own motion? Or
reread the
someone else can?
motion, and then we could have a second.
I move to create the Million Trees Coordinator position. The position would reside in Tucson Water. This position is in addition or part of the 5 staff measures designated under the GSI. We'll let the Water Department make that call.
I second that motion.
So there's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? I think Councilmember Kozaczek had additional questions that are valid.
All right, well, so we've got a manager, we've got a GSI manager, a maintenance manager, half-time project engineer, half-time landscape manager, and a junior project engineer, plus an outreach coordinator. That's administration. That I just listed off $400,000 worth of administration that's already built into this. And Tim just said that manager is going to do the coordination that I think you're describing. But back to the questions that I had. Finances, who's managing the finances and doing the project management or assigning selection?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, this fund would be maintained as a separate fund within the city. So it would operate very similarly to the conservation fund, where all revenues collected associated with this fund go into that fund and are not used for other purposes, and it's maintained and budgeted separately, it's tracked separately and reported on separately.
Is it a part of Tucson Water's enterprise fund, so that if it runs a deficit, you guys pick up the tab, or is it part of the general fund out of the manager's office? So that where does that fund reside?
Maybe I can help. Madam Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek, so this would reside in the Tucson Water Department, excuse me, and there would be no shortfall because the dollars that are spent on an annual basis are those dollars that come in. So if, for example, we only collected 2.9 million, then that's the budget for expenses in that year. So if we run into challenges, then we'd have to bring it back to council for further conversation. But I do not expect that on an annual basis. It would either run in a deficit. If there's a surplus, we can have that discussion as a part of the budget for the following year in terms of one-time dollars for additional plantings or additional infrastructure improvements.
Okay, and related to that is the question about the neighborhood scale stormwater. Right now, we're allocating $52,000 out of the conservation fee. Is it intended to move that $52,000 into this stormwater fund as projects that Tucson Clean and Beautiful is managing, or what are we doing with that? Or are we going to keep that over in the conservation fund?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the proposed intent would be to move that program to be under the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Fund. That would do two things. One, it would free up additional monies within the Conservation Fund for additional conservation programming, and we're in the middle of the planning process for the next 10-year strategic plan for the Conservation Fund. So that's an active conversation that would free up a resource there. The other thing it would do is provide our opportunity to really, the Green Stormwater, the Neighborhood Stormwater Program was a 3-year pilot. That pilot is wrapping up in June of this year. So we will be bringing that back for a discussion about continuation of it. If it continues, and my expectation is that it would continue, it would be under the GSI fund.
Okay. Well, every monsoon, I largely hear from people who grew up back east saying, why doesn't Tucson have a storm drain system? And, you know, that ship sailed literally down Alvernon years ago. And this is really the council's effort to find solutions to it. And as Paul was saying, this is capturing stormwater that otherwise would just be runoff. And so this is, you know, easing the effects of stormwater. Also, we haven't mentioned the effects on neighborhoods and businesses where they get hit by the monsoons and the floods. And so this is, again, capturing some of that runoff that is having negative effects around the community already.
Councilmember Lee.
I have a question really on the motion, just so I understand, in looking at the current projections for staff. And as a project manager in my day job, it's not unusual for someone to manage more than one project at a time. So are you talking a full-time person or another half-time person, just for clarification?
This is a full-time job. Coordinating all the, look, there are probably, and Katie, where are we at? About 12, 13, 14 different groups that actively plant trees in Tucson? It doesn't make sense for us not to have a person centralizing that, so we're not duplicating efforts. That's part of the whole discussion. I mean, again, hey, that's great. Good for you. You planted 46 orange trees next to where somebody else planted 80 apple trees next to each other. You're going to use a ton of water. They're going to probably kill each other off, and we don't even know what kind of invasive species. We want to have that kind of coordination. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts piece of how this position has to exist. But the other thing is this is what this fee is designed for, or conservation. I mean, we want to be able to do that. None of us, we know that the general fund dollars are precious. So I think this is a really good decision from a government standpoint on how we can fund a position like this.
Well, and I'd like to also make sure that we make note of pruning, maintenance, training, working with private companies, because one of the thoughts that I've talked to Tim about is being able to have a tree bait. That was coined earlier. To talk about how do we work with private companies that actually want to plant trees on their land, not on right-of-way. And so it really will take a lot of coordination, a lot of work, and we want to set up this program to succeed. So I think that the Vice Mayor has really expanded on what his thoughts on this are. But I wanted to go back to the concept of partnering with Tucson Clean and Beautiful, and then also going out to private companies to help fund the Million Trees campaign and work in tandem and in partnership with the City of Tucson and the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Fund.
So, Mayor, members of the council, I don't see any legal issues in leveraging those types of partnerships to advance the council's policy goals.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Fimbres.
So can you repeat the motion, and this will be with within the structure that they have of the 5 positions that I'm hearing? This direction?
I actually gave either or.
In addition.
I said either or, depending on the budget, whether look, it's a first-year program. You never know exactly what you need until you get there. So maybe they'll have 6 staff the first year, 5 staff the second year, and they'll be able to collapse the position, and we'll give them that option. But the bottom line is that we've got to allow Tucson Water staff and our city staff the latitude to make that decision, and so that's why I'm saying.
So the direction is to you, Tim, and Tim is going to look at the best way to implement that request into the positions that you already have here planned. All right? Is that
So-
right?
That's what he's already doing.
So I have two questions. One on the equity considerations of this green stormwater infrastructure. Can you elaborate, Tim or James, on equity consideration and the green infrastructure and how the program will work in terms of where we have lower income neighborhoods who do not have the capacity to maintain city infrastructure and that have very low tree canopy? Can you elaborate on what the thoughts are in terms of equity for this program?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that is a core part of how the program is designed, is that when projects are developed or selected, there's a number of criteria that would go into them. Certainly where stormwater runoff issues exist, but looking at distressed parts of the community, whether that's a limited tree canopy, whether that's a measurable urban heat island or heat distressed area, is a way to focus projects in those areas where they have the best return on investment across all of those factors. So when it comes down to project selection, project criteria, that's where equity would be baked in and be a primary driver for what projects get built.
And I think that severely underparked areas of the city are also part of the consideration, right? Because in Ward 4 is a very highly underparked part of our city. And by the way, I believe there's pockets of low tree canopy and high-stressed areas in all of the areas of the city. So in every ward, we see those pockets of poverty and low tree canopy that coincide one on top of the other. So am I correct in that?
Honorable Mayor, that's absolutely correct.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor. There is a second. Are we
I'll
ready?
call the question.
Okay, so we're ready for a vote. Will we do a roll call or is it, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against?
No.
So there's 1 against, 6 in favor. Motion passes 6-1. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, good job. Thank you so much. Tim, before you leave the table, what is the timeline for the rollout of the program?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, assuming that on the regular session tonight, the final vote is taken to approve the program, the fee would begin to be charged to city customers in April. The first time that it would actually appear on the utility services bills would be May, reflecting those April charges. So during that time frame of March and April is when we would have a very significant public outreach campaign informing people not only about the program, but certainly why this investment was made and what the benefits are to the citizens of Tucson.
And then one final thought. I would hate to see the funds that we use for the neighborhood water harvesting program from the conservation fund go away. I think it's an awesome program, and I think it can complement the conservation fund, and the green stormwater infrastructure fund can complement each other. So I know that CWAC is having conversations about this, but I would caution from doing away with it with the conservation fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your hard work on this. Thank you, council, for your vote on this. We are going to change things a little bit around if Councilmember Fimbres is ready to move on his item, which I believe is item 7, and then we will go back to item 2 after this item. Item 7 Councilmember Fimbres has requested an update on the 95th annual Fiesta de los Vaqueros parade. Mr. Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since 1925, our city has had the Fiesta de los Vaqueros parade, also known as the Tucson Rodeo Parade. Over the years, Tucson Rodeo Parade has become the largest non-mechanized parade in the nation, with hundreds of floats and more than 2,000 participants. Tucsonans turn out for the parade and rodeo, for which school children are given the day off to attend the parade as rodeo days. On February 20th, Tucson will celebrate its 95th annual rodeo parade. Here from the parade are Bob Stewart, Herb Wagner, Marshall Stewart, and Ed Stolfa, who will say a few words and give us an update on today's parade. The other great thing, Madam Mayor, is that this year's participants, the Grand Marshals, are all veterans who served in World War II. Ed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Ed Stolfa, and I'm the chairman of the Tucson Rodeo Parade. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the city for your continued support in helping us, especially this past year. Councilmember Fimbres allowed us to use his parking area to do our judges' stand, which saved us a lot of time. He let us use his building to do our deliberation afterwards. So we'd like to thank Parks and Rec for also helping us for moving our stand over there. And today I brought Marshall Stewart, who is our chairman-elect, and he's the chair of entries and lineup, and he can speak about the 95th parade.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Romero and members of the City Council. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and tell you a few things about the 2020 Rodeo Parade. So, first of all, there will be nearly 500 horses parading around the streets of Tucson during the parade. And that will also include 2,300 people that will be participating in the parade, with a total of about 120 entries in the parade. So it's pretty exciting what we're organizing and what we're going to do here in just a couple of weeks. The parade begins on Ajo Road, where the railroad tracks cross Ajo. And one of the things that we started a few years ago, I think is pretty exciting. We choose a child who's dressed up in their Western attire from along the side of the road, and that child comes out and is interviewed by Channel 13 and then rings the cowbell, which is the official start of the parade. And so all of that is being televised, and I think it's pretty exciting for the child, for the child's family, and I think it just makes a nice opening. So right after the cowbell, the parade banner comes across the tracks, followed by our color guard. And our mounted color guard is carrying the flags of the 4 countries that governed the Tucson area at some point in our history, and the state of Arizona flag. So we really are pretty proud of that. The next thing that people will notice is that we have 21 dignitaries in the parade, and several of you are part of the dignitaries that will be riding in the wagon with other city council members, and we're pretty happy about that. But you'll be joined in other wagons by Senator Martha McSally and also Representative Ann Kirkpatrick. We will also see our city manager and the chief of police. The commander of the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base will all be dignitaries in the parade. And most of our dignitaries are right in the first part of the parade. This year, as Mr. Fimbres has mentioned, we have honored the veterans of World War II as our Grand Marshal. Well, it's Grand Marshals. And this is a large group, by the way. We have been partnering with Honor Flight Tucson to help us find the veterans that would be working with us. We will have 8 veterans riding on the wagon as the Grand Marshal wagon. We have already honored 12 veterans at our Grand Marshal press conference, and then we will have more of the veterans who will ride around the arena during the rodeo in a wagon that we have selected that should be pretty good for them to be able to ride on. These ladies and gentlemen are not youngsters. And we will have even more of the veterans joining us in our parade box to be able to watch the rodeo. So we're really reaching out to the veteran community, and we're finding out more and more just how large that community is here in Tucson. There will be 3 rodeo queens, 1 Native American and the Benson royalty, and then we also are honored to have in this year's parade Miss Shelby Williams, who's a Tucson native, but she's also been selected as Miss Rodeo Arizona. So that's not something that we get to say every year, but it's really pretty exciting to have Shelby. She's about this tall, and we've had a chance to meet her and talk with her several times. In addition, there will be floats. There'll be floats competing in categories such as Authentic Mexican, Authentic Native American, multiple team hitch, including one that has 6 horses up front. That's a pretty big undertaking for the driver to marshal around the parade route. We had the same group last year, and they did very well. There will be family riding groups, Western riding groups, charros, and those competing for best mounted male and female. But it's not just what you're going to see, it's also what you're going to hear. So we have 9 marching bands representing the University of Arizona and local high schools. But this week of the rodeo happens to be Navy Week in Tucson. So this is something that came to us, and we're excited about it. We will, to begin with, we will have a float from our retired naval veterans, and we're probably the only horse-drawn parade with a submarine in it. But we have a model submarine that will be on one of the floats. And then what I think, I'm a retired band director, so I'm really excited that we are going to have the Navy Band of the Southwest marching behind the submarine. And they will be accompanied by a contingent of sailors from, and I don't know the name of the ship that keeps changing.
Will they be with the submarine, though?
Will they be with the submarine?
I mean, can we have the Navy band, the submarine, and the sailors like all at once? Because that's kind of like the showstopper.
A Navy section of the parade, and we're excited about it. And they'll be
Back to back.
yeah, they'll all be one right after the other. And they tell me that they're going to be in their white uniforms for the parade. So I think it's going to be pretty exciting for the city. Other entries with music will include mariachis, Western music, and the Mormon Battalion band who rides on a wagon through the parade. So we have quite a bit of music that will be going on. One thing to note, many of you are going to be riding on a wagon, which was actually built by the Ronstadt Wagon Works here in Tucson. So I think it's pretty neat that the Ronstadt Wagon Works actually made quite a few wagons, and we have quite a few of their wagons in our collection at the Rodeo Parade Museum. But the wagon you'll be riding on was made by the Ronstadt Wagon Works. And over 60 of the wagons that are in the parade this year are housed in our Rodeo Parade Museum down on the rodeo grounds at 6th and Irvington. I would be happy to entertain any questions you might have about the parade.
I just wanted to thank you all for coming. Really appreciate you continuing on the tradition of the rodeo parade here in Tucson. It's an important piece of our cultural and why Tucson is such an important cultural place in Arizona. And so I appreciate your work. How did we, last year I know that we had a little bit of a scare with Union Pacific in terms of our schedule. Great, that's wonderful. I just wanted
been in touch with them ever since last year's parade. They have a new manager who is in California somewhere, but the new manager has told us that there will not be a problem with any conflicts with the railroad during the parade activities.
That's great news. That's great news. Well, I'm looking forward to riding on that Ronstadt wagon with my colleagues on the council, and I thank Councilmember Fimbres for bringing this item. Hopefully, we will have a proclamation for you at our next meeting, so we're hoping that you come back and receive that proclamation from mayor and council.
We would be honored to receive that.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Herb, can you get her on a bull?
Mike, you had a question?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, and wanted to just put a bug in your ear on this. Obviously, this parade's the 95th annual. In 5 years, it's going to be the 100-year anniversary, and I have suggested, met with Councilmember Fiembres and his staff, I have suggested that we are definitely interested in partnering during that time. It's a big deal. It's something that is, in my opinion, warrants our participation, so we really want to make it a great effort, and again, congratulations for the continuous effort on this.
Yes, thank you. I think Bob Stewart and Herb Wagner and Marshall and it have all been very critical, and the chairman also has been very critical on what they've been doing here. And I already got confirmations from the mayor's office, Ward 4, Ward 5, and the city manager and the police chief that they'll be sitting in our wagon once again. I think last year.
So I hope someone has hot chocolate in that wagon. And maybe some tamales.
Yeah.
You can stop by Ward 5 and pick some up on the way by.
So Councilmember Fimbres, since
We'll
you're
have some in my
organizing,
office and we
you're the
can-
organizer, you're going to have the hot chocolate.
We had it for the committee last year.
That's right, that's what I'm saying.
And
They were checking out your TV also. They're hoping if it rains, they could watch the parade from inside your office.
Well, we'll help you. And like the city manager said, 100s is something spectacular to see, and we need to start gearing up and building more momentum for it, because it is the largest non-mechanized parade in the country.
Right.
We're very proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for your time. Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Let's go.
One clarification on the vote on the green stormwater.
Yes.
My no vote was on adding the extra staff member. It wasn't on opposing the green stormwater infrastructure.
Okay,
So-
thank you for your clarification. Item 2, staff will present the results of the economic analysis for the Regal Inn project. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the report. Basically, the economic analysis is complete. All the information is provided in your packet there. The staff and I are available to answer any questions. I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz has taken the lead in some of the discussions with the owner of Regal Inn, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you want to lead the discussion, or did you want staff to present their item?
Staff can present their item, and then we'll go from there.
Alrighty.
Good afternoon, Mayor Romero, council members. My name is Kevin Burke. I'm the Deputy Director of Economic Initiatives for the city. My colleague Mike Chakowski has joined us as well, and I would like to note that the applicant, Ravi Patel, is also here if there are any questions that you'd like to address specifically to him. I think that the item was summarized well by the city manager. We are here today to go over the results of the independent financial and economic analysis for the Regal Inn project. I would note that, by way of background, representatives of Regal Inn held a neighborhood meeting as requested by the council on December 10th. On December 17th, we brought this item forward to the city and council and received direction to proceed with the economic analysis. So the economic analysis has been performed by our consultants. It demonstrates that the benefit to the city, county, schools, and state is approximately $1.9 million. That is direct revenue to all taxing jurisdictions over the term of the GPLET agreement. During the same period, the benefit to the developer resulting from the property tax abatement is estimated at $571,371. So this project does meet both of the tasks as required under statute. We anticipate that the value of the property will increase by more than 100%, and the value of the incentive to the developer is less than the value of the direct benefit to all taxing jurisdictions. With that, staff recommends that we move forward with preparing a lease agreement and formalize the 8-year GPLET abatement.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you. So we have been in communication with the neighborhood and with Ravi. Hi, Ravi. And working out how we create a community benefits agreement. There is a lot of movement happening along that corridor of the frontage road on I-10. And so we're also thinking about like the long-term vision around connectivity and safety for the neighbors in that area, and as people come and visit and stay at the hotels. So with that conversation, when we talked on December 17th, we moved forward with the economic analysis with the caveat that we would come up with a community benefits agreement that would be both from the neighborhood and the development. And we've formalized that more in our conversation yesterday. I want to move that we move forward with the lease agreement, and that it include the following conditions. So I'm going to kind of read out some of the agreements that the neighborhood had talked about with the input from Robbie that we had yesterday evening. So the first one is a request to have a discounted rate of 15 to 50% for room and amenity rentals for Barrio Santa Cruz, which will be determined according to seasonal occupancy. The second was gratis meeting spaces for the neighborhood association for their meetings and events. Number 3 is including the input from the association in regards to the outside and perimeter aesthetics of the property with the assistance of proper City of Tucson departments. Number 4 was an annual monetary contribution or in-kind contribution from the property to the association for their events. They had requested an amount of $2,000, and what we talked with Ravi yesterday was that would be negotiable depending on revenues to the hotel that year. Number 5 was in consideration that the city is embarking on a mobility master plan, which is Move Tucson, and that we are having this big push to build connectivity between our neighborhoods and different modes of transportation, that they are requesting a pathway on the back of the property and a gate to enter the property from a low-stress street for such modes, and to also include generous landscaping along the Farmington West property line, with also like the agreement that if having that kind of accessibility from that road starts to create a problem for the property, that we would come back to the table and renegotiate that accessibility point. Which is kind of the spirit of all of this, that we wanted to keep it like an ongoing, like negotiation or conversation, that it didn't have to be so rigid. And then the next one was that in front of the property along the frontage road to include a 10-foot multi-use path with attractive vegetation on the other 4 feet of right-of-way along the frontage road of the property. The neighborhood also wants to consider that instead of I don't know if it was like a 9-foot wall across the front of the property, to look at the option of having a 4-foot masonry wall to screen the front of the cars, and then a 5-foot heavily landscaped strip. And again, this would be like an ongoing conversation of what that could look like. And I know the development, the property is concerned about the noise from the freeway and how to minimize or mitigate some of that noise, the impact to people staying at the hotel. And then the association is then agreeing to offer membership to the property to become a voting member of the association, and would like quarterly meetings with the property, between the property and the association, to discuss details of this agreement or make amendments as necessary. and that should any conflict or arbitration or mediation be necessary, that both the property and the association will comply with guidance and judgment from the Ward 1 Council Office, so that we would help facilitate these conversations.
So that is in the form of a motion?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second, and all I wanted to follow up the conversation is to make sure that we have Ravi's agreement to this conversation and to these points of interest by the neighborhood in Ward 1.
Yeah, definitely. So when the last meeting that I was a part of, we had a community benefits agreement already signed kind of just generally. This is a little bit more in detailed, and I like the idea of being more detailed and descriptive. I do like the idea. There are some points that we do definitely need to talk through. It's just not about the noise. It's also safety and security of our guests that we've planned. If we're investing this much, we want to make sure that no incidents happen, even if it's one or two. So that's an ongoing conversation with Councilmember Lane. Yeah, really excited. So, yeah.
So you're in agreement to this conversation. So those are the conditions put on moving forward with the GPLET. Are we okay with those conditions, Mike Rankin?
If, Mayor, members of the council, if this direction is approved by the mayor and council, we will incorporate these issues within the lease agreement, and/or some of them may be elements of a community benefit agreement rather than within the lease itself, but we will move forward as you direct.
So this will be able to, with this direction, we will be able to move forward with the GPLET.
Yes, what we will do is we will negotiate the terms of the GPLET agreement consistent with this direction. Ultimately, the agreement does come back to the mayor and council for approval. Typically, we do that obviously at a later meeting after we formalize the agreement.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Kazachi.
Just to clarify, though, what you're bringing back is not a CBA. We're not a party to that. You're going to carve out the pieces of what Lane just read off that are incorporated in this agreement, and the CBA is separate.
That's correct. What comes back to the mayor and council is the lease agreement itself.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Just really quick, one of the things I noticed in reviewing the material, and Robbie, congratulations on this piece, the RevPAR alone will net city additional revenue pretty substantially, actually. So activating the property, this is probably one of the biggest examples I've seen in a while where the GPLET's doing what it's supposed to do.
Any other comments or discussion? Well, I, for one, am very excited that the conversation between the neighbors and the property owner and the ward office is continuing, and that there is agreement on how the partnership best is going to move forward. I'm very excited about what's happening right there, right now, at this point in time. The Gem Show is happening. I've always called this space the Gem Show Row. I'm really happy to see continued investment in the properties along the freeway between Congress and 29th Street. I think there's a really amazing connectivity that could happen from west to east side of the freeway. And with McCoy, with Hotel McCoy, with now your property, Ravi, the Tucson that is going to be coming online pretty soon, there's a really amazing movement and investment that's happening on the west side of the freeway, and I'm really happy to see it coming to fruition. Thank you so much for working with Ward 1, with the mayor and council, and with the neighbors in that area. And so with that, let's vote. So all those in favor of moving forward indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are ready for item number 3, which is staff has an overview of the consolidated plan. for fiscal years 21 to 25. Oh, I'm sorry. Item has been continued. Item 3 has been continued at the request of staff. We will be moving on to item 4. I didn't see you there, Scott. Item 4, council members Durham and Kozaczek have requested a discussion of flexible lot development regulation. Council member Kozaczek.
Okay, Paul, do you want to open? Okay. All right, well, I'll just make a few comments. And staff is recommending that we delay the reviewing of the FLD interpretations until after we've done a climate action review and a housing study. And those issues, the issues that I believe that we need to address in this don't require either of those. What we're talking about are interpretations that affect people's quality of life. Whatever we do with climate change, whatever we do with the housing study, they're not going to affect how we're applying or misapplying, depending on your perspective, the language of the current code. With respect to the list of the FLD as a robust tool, Mountain Enclave, which we just went through, gave rise to this item. It didn't achieve a single one of those items. The reduced CO2, the support for multimodal. I read through all the staff's material and felt that I was being preached at about the benefits of infill. We get that. About the benefits of climate action, we get that. We just passed a green stormwater, and nobody at this table is opposed to that. But we sat here a few weeks ago and called a 1,500-acre planned community development way out on the east side infill. So I want to make this real. The concerns that I have about this issue really focus on whether or not the FLD is delivering on allowing the creative interpretations of functional open space, of density calculations, of privacy. All those alleged mitigations of the potential impacts simply aren't happening. Our focus seems to be on development and not planning. Planning and development services. Planning is the first word. Your recommendation is that you can't tell us that these same mistakes are not going to continue to be made for the next 1 to 2 years while we study this. Tomorrow we could, in fact, we've got Houghton Reserve has got an FLD component built into it. We need to build some public process into this while we continue to study and while we go through this FLD process and look at the definitions of open space, the definitions and interpretations for privacy. I'm not interested in putting a 2-year moratorium on FLDs, but we have to insert some sort of public process into this, or we're going to simply be saying that the rights and the interests of the adjacent property owners are going to continue to be impacted while we go back through and have this more broad-based conversation. I've spoken to everybody from home builders to homeowners, and everybody sees the need to make some changes in the FLD. Mountain Enclave is only the most recent instance where those concerns were raised, and I just mentioned a few of them, things such as how we define functional open space, the many ways that we're going to define it. In fact, we have many ways that we define it right now. My biggest concern right now with what staff's recommendation is that we need to find a way to insert a public process in this while we are going through the review of the FLD review process itself. We have a couple of different special exception processes. One is the director's special exception. That is the one that puts people on the track to the Board of Adjustment and then litigation. But we also have a zoning examiner special exception. That's the special exception that puts us on a track to a public hearing in front of the mayor and council. I'm 100% on board with forming this broad stakeholder committee and going back to review the components of the FLD, whether that's how we're defining open space, how we're defining privacy, how we're defining density, and all those different criteria that we just went through. But we have to have, in the interim, some manner in which we insert a more robust public process into the review of FLDs so that it comes out of the director's office and out into the public, and so neighborhoods aren't forced to spend literally thousands of dollars on litigating. And then we don't have a voice in it until we see this final plat. So those are my comments, and I guess for Mike Rankin perhaps is what is the most expeditious way that we insert that public process. I know we can't do a text amendment at the table, but the zoning examiner special exception process is really the only way that I can see that we invoke a public process in this while we're going through that larger review.
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Kozaczek, changing the FLD process to a zoning examiner special exception process or other similar process would, well, it's two things really. First, it would involve code amendments because that's not currently how this process is set up.
Right.
And secondly, it would fundamentally change the nature of the FLD from being a alternative by right process to a discretionary special exception, a process that's more like a rezoning. And so at a minimum, it would require code amendments, which goes through the planning commission process with public hearings and public notice, with text amendments to be considered ultimately after that process is completed by the mayor and council.
Councilmember Durham, and I have some comments about this as well, and I tend to agree with Councilmember Kozaczek in that I think that the direction given by staff and the city manager's office is convoluted a bit. I think that we can start working on the phase 1 recommendations, and then once that process starts, we could have staff come back to mayor and council to tie how planning and development services is also part of the climate mitigation, climate adaptation conversation. But I think that putting it all together is a mistake. I think phase 1 of the flexible lot development change is doing the phase 1 that you've recommended, which is very directed at clarifying privacy and mitigation requirements, clarifying the definition of adjacency use, clarifying what is functional open space, how density is calculated, and then also adding the preservation of native plants. That is what we got into trouble in with the previous conversation about mountain enclaves. So that is my preference, that we just stay in the phase 1, clarify the FLD and the definitions that we use for these issues, and then come back to mayor and council. So with that, I'll pass it over to Councilmember Durham to add to the dialogue.
I want to thank staff for the materials provided. They provided. I found them very informative. Scott, you state in the memo that in the last 5 years, projects utilizing the flexible lot development have accounted for 57%, while PADs have accounted for an additional 37%. That means the FLD is the primary tool being utilized for residential development. You identify a couple of specific areas of concern regarding the definition of adjacency and the definition of functional open space. Do you believe that we can solve the concerns throughout Mountain Enclave subdivision process by making changes in the code? And are you proposing that you can return to mayor and council with the proposed language change in 9 months.
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes, the limited review you're talking about would take approximately 9 to 12 months. There's still stakeholder engagement. Once you begin moving things around in subdivision standards, it changes a number of things that both the neighborhoods, the development community, and housing advocates are going to want to weigh in on.
And what solution are you currently thinking that we could use to address the adjacency issue?
So you're still going to require a text amendment. So we would be looking to do a limited text amendment, looking at the functional open space, looking at the adjacency definitions, and then bringing that to the Planning Commission and back to Mayor and Council. That would be that limited part. The second phase of this, you've got a housing study in progress. You've got the HCD Consolidated Plan coming. I believe that those are going to propose housing policies that are going to inform your development regulations, how you manage infill and density in the city of Tucson.
So are you looking at the definition of adjacency in terms of how wide the common lot would be?
Honorable Mayor and Council, that's correct. We believe that the term adjacency should be similar to what we have in regards to public right-of-way when you're looking at a 20 feet setback, as opposed to in the current FLD, there's no minimum common lot size, so that's problematic.
And short of that, if the common lot was less than 20 feet, you would need to do a privacy mitigation plan.
So that's what we would take to our stakeholders to find the best outcome. But yes, the privacy mitigation and the adjacency tripped each other up on this particular FLD, so that does need to be clarified.
In light of that, I'd like to make a motion now and a separate motion later, if I may. I move to direct staff to address concerns regarding functional open space and adjacency, and to return to Mayor and Council in 9 months with proposed code changes.
No, that's way too limited scope for that direction. There are plenty of other areas that people are concerned about that are going to be impacted by this broader discussion than simply those two. And you start pushing one domino and you're going to wind up having 10 dominoes in a row falling over, and then this stakeholder group will have to say, well, we can't look at those other 8 because the council's motion was just for those 2. So if staff is going to start off on this process, and they need to, it can't be limited by you can only look at items A and B and nothing else that falls out of that. That's way too limited.
So there is a motion. Can you repeat your motion, Councilmember Durham?
Yeah, I move to direct staff to address concerns regarding functional open space and adjacency, and to return to Mayor and Council in 9 months with proposed code changes.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I want to, first of all, it's really important that we do look at the functional open space piece.
Yeah.
That's kind of been the biggest problem, and not just in FLDs. I mean, there's always a discussion about functional open space. I mean, we've gone to multiple extremes. We've had projects where we've said we're going to have undisturbed open space that's going to act as a buffer, like buffer level open space. We're not going to touch it. It's going to be open. And that's the only open space that exists. And then I've been on another project where we've literally said, hey, congratulations, you poured a concrete pad with a barbecue and that's your open space. And I agree, that's like ridiculous. There's no way we're seeing consistency there. So I agree with that piece in addressing open space and adjacency is kind of those are the 2 core things. But I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek that if we just look at those 2 things, there's going to be a 3rd thing and a 4th thing and a 5th thing that we're still going to need to fix. The real question comes down to, let's talk about the real part of this process. All right, so we're going to go and amend the FLD, which we totally need to do. Both sides of stakeholders agree. But the bottom line is what are we going to do in the meantime? Because we're stuck with the FLD we have. So are we going to suspend that FLD for 9 months, or are we going to keep it? I mean, I want to know where we're going to do with that before we start talking about changing the FLD. Does this mean that the current FLD is in place or not in place? Because that's part of this issue is, all right, we're going to go look at the FLD for 9 months. Does that mean we're not going to do FLDs for 9 months?
So let's try and see if we could get an answer to that, Vice Mayor. There's a still live motion on the table, but I guess the room to add to the motion might be there. I agree with both Councilmember Kozaczek and Councilmember Durham that we all understand that there's some changes that need to happen in the FLD, and their clarifications on definitions of adjacency and open space. I think there were also questions in terms of native plant preservation, and so I agree that maybe we can expand. If we expand this motion a little bit more, we could get to some place that we can move forward on. Let's not make the possibility of using the flexible lot development as our tool for the city of Tucson of adding density and making sure that we have that piece of the puzzle in terms of density and affordability, walkability for the city of Tucson, because the FLD is the tool that we use to add that density that we need to make transit work, to invest in our parks, to make our city work. So, Scott, that question that the Vice Mayor posed about, like in the process of change, do we keep our FLD as it is?
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm going to defer part of your question to the city attorney, but I do want to kind of emphasize the importance. You've done 40 of these in the last 5 years. You've had one go south that demanded a lot of attention. So I would suggest continuing to use the FLD while you're modifying the ordinance. I understand there's some concerns there, but the code you have is the code you have right now. If you want to stop it or slow it, I'm going to let the city attorney answer how that works out.
Before you do, I want to comment on that. Because Mountain Enclave was so contentious doesn't mean that that's the only FLD project that's been of concern to adjacent neighbors. It's because we have a process right now that, and this is not directed at you, at your office, that your office determines whether or not a neighborhood plan is being complied with, an area plan is being complied with, if the UDC is being complied with. And unless a neighborhood wants to chase the Board of Adjustment and then chase Superior Court, and they have the resources to do that, there is no other voice. And up until Mountain Enclave, where some of us pushed back on it's a final plat as a ministerial duty, we never had that opportunity. So to say that 1 out of 40 has been the anomaly is not accurate. 1 out of 40 neighborhoods chose to spend 20 grand on a court case that really wound up before us. So that's the real narrative. So I'm interested in Mike Rankin's answer to that also, is how do we build a public process into this while we're going through that broad review?
So, Mayor, members of the council, I don't see how you change the process of the FLD, which has been in the code since 2009, and in fact had a precursor in the code. It was called something different, residential cluster development, which looked a little different, but it was
the operative word is cluster.
Similar thing. You know, this is currently an existing by ordinance in the UDC development option, and so the only way that you could suspend it really would be to repeal it and take it out of the code. And so to try and get to what I'm hearing, you know, that we need some kind of public interaction during the process. And there is a required neighborhood meeting at the inception of any FLD. Right. So there is that. There is a process that's in place when there are appeals from decisions along the way. like the decision about the compliance with the applicable neighborhood plan. There was a public process available for that, even short of court, which was the appeal to the Board of Adjustment. So there are some procedures in place. But that said, to change what the FLD process looks like will require a text amendment. We can't just sort of administratively say we're going to layer in additional requirements that aren't currently in the code.
So let me,
So Steve, just a question. Would we be able to, I agree that there's pockets of ambiguity to the definitions of open space, and we want to make sure that we preserve this tool, at least I do. We preserve the tool of creating density in the city of Tucson, and the FLD, as first thought out by mayor and council at the time, was to help create that density and make the process move a little faster for those wanting to use the flexible lot development. So we don't want to take that tool from the toolbox. But how do we make these changes of clarifying ambiguities, which we had a problem with in this last example of using the FLD. So what I'd like to get at today is that we move on clarifying these ambiguities, and that we can continue using the FLD and then come back with the appropriate amount of time to make these changes, because we want to encourage infill, but we also want to have that, keeping in mind smart growth techniques, and keeping in mind the needs of the community. So would you be able to expand on that motion that we have on the floor right now to make it much more
Your Honor.
expansive?
yeah, I will.
Vice Mayor, I have a question for Scott, and then I have the Vice Mayor and Council Member Kozachik was also.
Honorable Mayor and Council, what I've heard so far is yes to functional open space, yes to adjacency. Adjacency takes care of the privacy mitigation plan. There is a neighborhood meeting right now. It's problematic, and let me lay that out for you. Because you have the neighborhood meeting, it creates expectations that the neighbors can make requests of the developer to change things. They can, but it's not legally enforceable. So it empowers the neighborhood and then alienates them. So that's the problem with the neighborhood meeting right now, but that's what by right does. By right is if we follow the rules, we get to go through this. There may be some options in having our zoning administrator make some determinations on the terms of functional open space so it's more clear now while we go through this process of amending the code.
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
So when the zoning administrator makes a determination, she clearly spells out the definition. What does this mean to the zoning administrator? So then you've got a term that can either be agreed upon or contested and appealed. So right now, as you pointed out on functional open space, you said this isn't clear. I think we can provide some clarity to the zoning administrator doing that. And then at least then you have a grounds from which you can argue and appeal.
Well, the zoning, you're going to him first.
I'm sorry, Steve. Vice Mayor and then Council Member Kozachik.
Well, I mean, you look at some of the things that, first of all, you listed 11 things that probably need review. There's 11 things in the staff recommendation that would all need review. So I'd suggest that we just review all 11 things. I mean, I think that motion probably makes it a little easier, and then that gives us 9 months. That widens the gap a little bit. I'm really interested in the maximum density option, and I think it actually should be preserved. But at the same time, if you're going to use the maximum density option, then perhaps there's some things that you're going to give up, like bigger setbacks and other things. I mean, that's the type of stuff that I think those are some of the things that if we look at the FLD, and you go, hindsight being 2020, coulda, woulda, shoulda game, all that stuff. Those are some of the things that I probably need some tweaking. So I'd suggest we do the motion to review it and come back in 9 months, to keep the current standards practice in place, and to review all 11 items listed by staff, which is, for the record, effectiveness for infill development, functional open space, adjacency definition, privacy mitigation plan, neighborhood meeting, maximum density option criteria, the green building option, purpose statement, water harvesting, design criteria, and urban heat island effect / shading. And if we review all those, then we've got a nice broad scope. We've got 9 months to figure it out. And I think that probably gives us a better option as far as like moving, keeping what we got and just making it better. And that's all we can do.
So, Councilmember Durham, would you consider amending your motion to include those potential areas of review?
I just want to look at what they are.
They're part of the mayor and council communication, the memorandum included by Planning and Development Services.
The last sentence under
They're
issue.
in page 4.
Page 1.
And so it's that would be, if you amend the motion to include those areas, then it'll give you a little bit more room to have a bigger discussion about the FLD and then coming back with better definitions of functional open space, better definition of adjacency.
I'll amend the motion.
Okay, so Councilmember Durham amended his motion to include those areas of review. Vice Mayor Cunningham seconded the motion, and this is the recommendation made by the city manager and the director. I would say that we keep this particular motion very focused in the phase 1 approach, and then once you start working on that, come back to mayor and council to give us an update to continue moving forward. Councilmember Lee.
I just have a question for Scott. Given the added scope, do you feel that 9 months is reasonable for your staff to be able to go through all of this?
Honorable Mayor and Council, 9 months will allow us to talk to stakeholders, do a screening, and start setting policy goals and objectives. The reason why I say that, again, land use is complex. The last time they touched us, it was 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I think at 90 days, we can come back and say, here's where we're at. At 9 months, we can come back and say, here's where we're at. But it really will get into the weeds. What you're doing is you're modifying Tucson's primary housing tool. So there will be substantial discussion on this. And so I'm not willing to say 9 months, we have it all wrapped up. I think 9 months, we can give you a pretty solid update.
Okay, so City Manager Ortega.
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So a thought as I'm listening to the discussion, obviously there's clarity in terms of the concerns. I think how we get there is really part of the conversation here. What I'd like to suggest is we can move forward with starting the process. Within the first 3 months, we'll have an idea on some of the challenges. Quite frankly, by expanding, we've also expanded stakeholders. We've expanded a variety of conversations that need to happen, which will probably delay it or could delay it, but not necessarily. So what I'm suggesting is that we'll do a 3-month checkup, and we'll do 3 months, 6 months, and engage you on what's going on, how we're finding the changes going, and we can also redirect. We can ask you or let you know where we need to be redirected in order to make that happen. I think that's probably the best thing to do, Madam Chair, just because I think that otherwise we're going to try to define it so closely today that we might find an area where we want to redirect a little bit. So I'd suggest that the motion's fine, we understand it, we're clear. We'll bring it back to you in 3 months with an update, another update in 6 months, so that you're engaged as we go through this process from here on out.
So again, I want to make sure that the tool that we have with the flexible lot development is not lost. that we clarify some of these definitions, that we review the areas as made by the motion maker and the second, and that we stay to this first phase one of the recommendation as made by the department. So very clear direction given by mayor and council. You can come back, like you had said, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, see where you're at, and then we can continue the conversation for other pieces of your recommendation after mayor and council give you continued direction.
Mayor, I just wanted to make sure and follow up. You prompted a thought, and there has been some discussion, but I want to make sure we're all clear. It is my intent that we will continue to provide the FLD as a tool going forward until this is changed. If that is not the direction of the council, then we need to know that so we can go a different direction. But at this point, we will continue to offer the FLD as an option for folks that want to utilize it going forward until it's changed formally by this council.
Yes, but I'd like to make sure that as stated by Scott, that we have that conversation with the zoning examiner about the clarification of functional open space and all of that, because that's what got us into areas of concern this last FLD project that we had in front of us. Is that possible?
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes, it is. And let me clarify a term. I may have said zoning examiner. I meant zoning administrator. The zoning administrator is the one that does define terms and it writes a formal paper on it.
Okay.
And that is how the department interprets things. So yes, we can take care of that.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion or input?
Still
Councilmember.
chomping at the bit. Realize that these criteria that are included in the motion, I mean, they're all fine, but you're not going to have to go back and revise the purpose statement or go through urban heat island effect and change. And we get all that. That wasn't a part of this problem. You're not going to have to go back and redefine green building option. Those are pretty well defined. Also, the maximum density option is being able to implement that is really a function of your having checked off one of those other 8 boxes, one of which is functional open space. So some of this is going to take care of itself while you go through that review. It's not, okay, let's first of all look at number 1 and then number 2 and number 3. This isn't going to be linear. It's going to be, let's bring the people together and start talking about the FLD process. And nobody's talking about deep 6 in that either. So to clarify that. Okay. One of my concerns about your offer to have the zoning administrator go back and clarify interpretations is that is still one person's interpretation, and that's how we got into this mess right now. And so I guess what I would like is a broader commitment from you, and some of this has to be on good faith, is that, as you correctly point out, the neighborhood meeting right now is problematic from the standpoint that it has no teeth. I can sit down and lead the neighborhood meeting and walk out of it and check that box, and off I am to your office, and the zoning administrator comes up with interpretations that I fundamentally, as a resident, disagree with or agree with. So could we, and this is, I guess, a ranking question, could we at least on a good faith basis get a commitment from your office that after that neighborhood meeting that you connect with the ward office who's involved in this and talk about the results of that meeting so that we can re-engage before, and so we're not forcing people off to the Board of Adjustment, so that you know if there are conflicts saying that picnic table, the neighborhood really doesn't consider that to be functional open space. We want to have that conversation before you make a final determination. Can we at least get that without changing code, kind of a good faith commitment from the PDSD office that they'll engage the ward office?
So Councilmember Kozaczek, administratively, as a matter of practice, PDSD can notify the relevant ward office of any FLD application as it comes in, either before or after, or both, the required neighborhood meeting. But just one thing I want to be careful of is that would mean that the council office would get the notice that here's the application, here are the issues that have come up through the neighborhood meeting. And that can allow some discussions, but again, it won't change what the requirements are in terms of the code. So for example, if the issue raised at the neighborhood meeting is that, you know, density should be calculated by lot instead of by site, you know, that might be a reasonable belief, but that's not how the code will apply. But it will at least allow for an explanation at that beginning part of the process, so that everyone knows how the code is being applied in every individual application.
I would just change one word, an explanation, as opposed to a dialogue. And that's what I'm after, is a dialogue, not an explanation. Don't come to me or Nikki or whoever and say, here's how it is. Here's how we're viewing it. Let's have a dialogue about it. And I know we can't rewrite code. Right. You know, I get that.
Your Honor.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So in jumping off to that point, I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek. Any ward office and any elected official worth his salt or her salt is going to make sure the dialogue's there. You know, I remember, this goes back to a whole other question of like 20 years ago when we'd have discussions about how we're going to make this administrative to protect council members. And the bottom line is it actually backfires. It actually hurts transparency. It actually hurts discussion. It's better off we know what's going on because we're going to find out anyway. It's almost like, hey, I want to go out late. Dad says it's okay. Will you say it's okay when you don't tell your parent? You know what I mean? It's the same type of thing. They find out anyway, or they did at my house. So the bottom line is that we should know, and we should be able to talk to our constituents. And even if they may not like what we're saying, as elected, it's our job to convey to them what's going on. So I'm very fine with explaining FLD to neighbors. And if I really think it sucks, then I'm going to let the developer know. But at least the neighbors have some leverage in the process, and at least the decision's there. And at least people know what's coming. There's no surprises. And I think that's the biggest thing that happens, is that there are surprises that come, or in the situation with Mount Enclave and the elephant in the room, if you will, it was kind of like at the end of the discussion, when we're already at mayor and council and it's by right, and we have to start the whole discussion over, and that didn't help. Whereas had the ward office known right away what was going on and people knew what was going on, there'd be discussion collegially among council members, and you can kind of you can staff with each other. You guys as staff things all the time with each other, whether you're a cop, whether you're a social worker, whether you're whether you're in zoning and planning. Staff members staffing things all the time. That's part of that's the type of society we are. Council members need to be collaborative about things like this too. So I absolutely agree that what he's asking, and at least informing the ward office so that they can have some type of meeting extra if they want, is really important. And I guess, can we put that in the motion to add that in there or not?
Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, number one, I can certainly commit to you that we'll let you know when there's an FLD in your ward. I know that Councilmember Fiembres has expressed concern over the years that sometimes projects come before you that he's not versed in, and I think you all have that. We will continue to make sure you're in the loop, and I think the key conversation is when. And back to Councilmember Kozaczek's point, the earlier the better. Clearly there's opportunity for us to let you know. My nervousness is just not building an expectation that as Councilmember Kozaczek mentioned, you can't change the code, but certainly a dialogue and a conversation up front and early is of value and quite frankly appropriate. And so we will commit to that. That's not an issue, and you can include it in motion or not. We will just do that going forward.
All righty, we have a motion and a second with very clear direction to work on this phase one of the FLD. Any additional commentary or input? Alrighty, with that, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. All right. think I lost mine. Okay, here it is. We are, let's see.
Public housing.
Item 5, staff has a presentation on the housing programs and Section 8 budget. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the ongoing conversation about the budget. It really is an opportunity to review all of the funds. The next fund in front of you is our public housing funds, which are both the Section 8 and public housing. So I've got both Joyce Garland and Liz Morales, who's our Housing Community Development Director. Liz will start with her presentation, but we'll be happy to answer questions when she's finished. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
City Manager, Mayor, and Council members.
Mike.
I apologize. Thank you, City Manager and Mayor and Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to come back and get a little deeper on the Section 8 program and the public housing programs and how we fund those programs. As most of you know, it's primarily funded with U.S. Department of HUD, Housing and Urban Development. I'd like to share with many of you who already are familiar with the programs, for those who may not be familiar or those watching from the television, I'd like to talk a little bit about the overview. I hope some of you have received the handout. It looks like this, a large handout, which provides some of the details that I'll be discussing today. Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to talk about three primary parts of our housing department. The first is the tenant-based rental assistance program. This is what we call the Housing Choice Voucher Program. This means that the tenant gets to choose where they want to live, and they utilize private rental units. The portion of the rent that's paid by the family is determined based on their household income. So the family will pay approximately 30% of their income towards both rent and utilities, and then HCD, that's acting as the public housing authority, will pay the balance of the rent directly to the landlord. All the families that and individuals that are on this program come through the wait list. The wait list is currently closed, but we do have about 9,000 families on that list. For landlords who want to participate in the program, it's based on individual tenants that come to them. So as a tenant comes to them, they have to be willing to complete the paperwork, enter in, have an inspection completed, to agree to the rent that that is mutually agreed upon, and then enter into a contract. On the second column there, and I'm referring to the PowerPoint, is the public housing program, and we also refer to it as the asset management program. AMP is how we will refer to it often. That is property that we own. The city of Tucson administers it and operates it. We have approximately 1,500 units. Rent is also based on income, with one minor exception. If the tenant's rent 30% exceeds what we call the flat rent, then they'll pay the flat rent. So families can sometimes have upward mobility and not necessarily have to move. And then we do pull those families also off the wait list. We have both multifamily sites, we have single-family homes, and 3 of our AMPs are designated as elderly and disabled. The way it's funded, HUD provides what's called an operating subsidy. We also collect rent, and with those 2 funding sources is how they are supported for the regular operations. And just so you know, we have 11 AMPs under what HUD, those are contracts with HUD for the individual properties. And some of those properties are lumped together into one AMP. I'd like to talk about the third type of housing program, which is, we call it as our affordable housing portfolio, or Al Portal is often referred to, that the group of housing units that are not public housing. They're not, we can have Section 8 vouchers live there, holders, but they are maintained and operated. Again, the city of Tucson are property owners and landlords. We have 451 of those units. I'd like to talk about our voucher program, just to let you know that even though we have the umbrella of vouchers, we also have some smaller boutique programs under those vouchers. The majority of the vouchers are just for any low-income family that comes off the wait list. But when we look at the more boutique programs, we have our VASH program, which stands for Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing. That's a partnership between HUD and the VA. And we have 636 vouchers. Referrals come specifically and only through the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, our local VA office. We also have the Family Unification Program that serves families and youth that are in the Child Protective System. HOPWA is a program that is for housing for persons with AIDS or HIV. And then we also have the project-based vouchers, and I'll be talking about those a little later, more in depth, but those are tied to units with private landlords.
While you're going through these, the question on each one of them is why aren't all the vouchers used? And the answer might be different for each of them, so can you kind of incorporate that as you're going through?
I'd be happy to. So as we're talking about, and I'll just start back at the top just to kind of make sure I cover that. On the Housing Choice Voucher, we're about 86% right now. Reasons for those not being fully utilized at this point in time is we have a variety of factors. Some of that includes our ability to maintain the wait list and administer and pull people off the wait list, so staff capacity. It's also the market, whether or not landlords are willing to work with our program. And so as the market gets stronger, less landlords participate with our program. And then we also just have the attrition. As people come off our program for a variety of reasons, if we're not ensuring we have ample replacement of those families, that can quickly go down. And that's what we have seen in the past year. When you're looking at the VASH program, again, those are referrals from the VA. There is standards and eligibility requirements. One of them is long-term case management. So the VA has long-term case management. So they have to be homeless, and often the VA also has to determine whether they are medical eligible for the VA. And so sometimes as we identify veterans through our multiple outreach programs, not everyone that comes through that is a veteran necessarily qualifies for the VASH program. So we are working with our VA to find ways to increase those referrals and make sure
is there a certain number or percent that is not being used under the VASH?
So on the VASH, we are at 79%.
Used.
Used.
Use it.
Yes.
Use it.
Yes. On the Family Unification Program, that one is also referrals from one being Arizona Department of Child Safety, also Arizona Children's Association and Our Family, and I think there might be some other smaller organizations, but we are at 65% utilization, and again, we need to build that partnership and make sure we understand what can we do to increase the referrals on that. On the HOPWA, we are working with the agency SAFE. We're at 55% of utilization. And then on the project-based vouchers, we are fully utilized. I think that's just turnover. Home-based community, I'm going to talk about homeless targeted vouchers, 548 vouchers. We work in partnership with TPCH. We conducted an RFP for which agencies can refer to that program, and that's at 61%. I do believe there's great opportunities there too to increase the referrals. Part of that is our process as well. So they're very active, including the Housing First project that we're doing with Pima County. So we just want to make sure we're good partners and processing those timely. So the total budget on an annual basis, this is not the city budget, but what HUD allocates to us depending on how good we utilize. But right now in the past year, it was $29.1 million. And we received about $2.7 million administrative funding. So that's, yes.
Mayor and members of the council, one of the things that I've asked Liz to look at is what if we overshoot for the vouchers on an annual basis? So right now it's, obviously 100% would be perfect. You heard, somewhere between 75 and 90% depending on which program. So what I've asked Liz to do is what would it take for us to overshoot for that up to and including actually accomplishing that so that, excuse me, at the end of the year, we end up with, say, 102 or 105%. Those are dollars we would not be reimbursed, but that's an opportunity for us as an organization to potentially set dollars aside on an annual basis that we could cover those. And what a nice position to be in if we are actually at 102 or 105%. The other thing I've asked that Liz and her team look at is what do you need in terms of augmenting your current staffing levels. Keep in mind that although the budget has not changed and actually gone down in many of the instances, the expectations and the rules that need to be followed for these programs have actually gotten more stringent. So my thought is if we can look at what kind of investment we may need to make outside of those HUD dollars to help shore that up. And my thought there is at least give it a shot in the arm to get us above that 100% or at least close to 100%. And then what's the maintenance level there? So as a part of the budget in the coming year, I'll make a recommendation for you to consider that because I think there's value. And we've been trying to reorganize everything just within the confines of the rules that HUD gives us. But I think it's time for us to have a bigger conversation in terms of the value of a potential investment outside of that. So I just want to let you know we are working on it. It's not a one-size-fits-all, as you know. As you can see, the programs are slightly different, but there is an opportunity for us, and through Liz's leadership, I'm confident we're going to be able to do that.
Well, and I also agree. Besides your commentary and input, Mr. City Manager, is that Councilmember Fimbres has been having a conversation with the Homelessness Coalition. I have been having conversations with service providers on this issue because homelessness is happening throughout the city, and it's not reserved to just veterans, and it's not reserved to it's families. And so what are the low-hanging fruits that we could do? What is it that we as a city can do to eliminate some of the barriers to use those vouchers? And so based on input from different service providers, what I've heard is that the city of Tucson charges a $50 administrative fee per month, that many of these vouchers and the families or individuals wanting to use the voucher cannot afford $50 a month to pay for administrative fee. If we stop charging that fee alone, will that be able to expand the usage of especially homeless individuals that can't have nothing under their name? And then the inspection process is another area that that these providers have said, because we have such a shortage at housing community development in terms of inspections, to allow for nonprofit organizations to provide these inspections for the homes that we can use. Other cities pay for a third party to do the inspections. There are organizations in the city of Tucson and Pima County that are willing to do it for free to help us expand the usage of our vouchers. Those two things alone can expand our universe in terms of how voucher usage immediately. So for me, it's like, what can we do that now without having to wait to add it to our it could be done administratively instead of putting it on the comprehensive plan, which will take a longer time to include it. So, I mean, I would be willing to listen to additional input from my colleagues on the council in terms of ideas to expedite the usage of vouchers. Councilmember Fimbres.
Madam Mayor, I would move that the city manager direct the agency to eliminate the $50 renter fee. That will assist a lot of these administrative people. That's created a lot of hang-ups for our individuals, and also look at partnering with the nonprofits that are working on this to utilize them to expedite the services that are needed. Because we have people wait, and we have a huge waiting list, and I want to cut that down. And every time we have a homeless coalition meeting, we hear the constant same thing. You know, we have families that can't get in. So that's my motion. I hope I get a second that would help us.
So there's a motion. Anyone consider second?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
I would move that we eliminate the $50 administration fee that we're currently charging for the vouchers review, and then I would also look at partnering with nonprofit organizations to assist in expediting the services of allowing
Inspections.
Inspections.
So I want to second that for purposes of discussion. I have a couple questions with my second.
Okay, so there's a motion and the second on the floor. There's a commentary over here on the other side of the table.
Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres, I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm happy to share with you that that's already a policy that's changing. It's going to come to you April 7th. It's because it's in our administrative plan, it has to get the approval of our Board of Commissioners.
But does it have to wait until April 7th? Can we start doing it administratively right now?
Mayor, I would love to do it right now. We have a waiver, and we've been implementing a waiver of that $50 minimum. It's a minimum rent, is what it's called. So it's for those. It's only for those who have no income. And often, for instance, if they have responsibilities of utilities, we're actually paying them to help them pay for utilities. So the $50 minimum rent can be waived. One of the things that I've done since I've joined the department is made the process of requesting that waiver much easier. Okay. Part of the problem that I heard when I came into the department was our process for requesting the waiver was too onerous and often would discourage the participants. So my direction to staff is any request for a waiver gets approved very readily. So right now we have a process to do that. We're working, for instance, with the VA to identify those veterans that might be in that situation and making sure our service providers are aware of that too. And I am very much in support of utilizing all resources for inspection. So I just wanted to share my.
Okay, so administratively you're already doing it. So how about the inspections? The motion had two parts to the inspections and having nonprofit and our department working.
Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres and all council members, I will tell you I've had similar conversations with OPCS. I think there are lots of opportunities. One of the things we just have to ensure is compliance and adherence to housing quality standards, which they have demonstrated that their inspectors have gone through training, so I've received those certificates. The question is, how do we fit that into our current process? So we've talked about one of their responses to me is you are doing them very timely. The problem is if it fails the first inspection, it might take you a week to come back. So we're talking about using their inspectors. If the next day the repairs are made and they can confirm those are completed, great, then we can just utilize their third-party documentation.
So do you need a motion to help you do this administratively?
The seconder accepts that amendment.
Okay. So Councilmember Fimbres wants to keep the motion on the floor, make sure that we're supportive of what you're already moving on. I think we vote on the motion and then we continue the conversation, if that's okay. All righty. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much for taking that motion in front of us. One more question that I have on low barrier shelter. I think you were talking about the Housing First investment. Talk to me a little bit more about low barrier shelter. At the retreat, Mayor and Council gave you direction to create a homelessness czar, I would call, to coordinate internally and externally all of the nonprofits that are working on this. Tell me about the beds that we have available and how we can expand low barrier shelter in the city of Tucson.
Mayor, I would happy to share what I know. I can tell you my knowledge offhand on the number of beds that we have right now I don't have that number off the top of my head. What I can tell you is we are looking at how we can expand what I call bridge housing. Often we don't necessarily need shelter as much as we need short-term temporary placement. So we're identifying potential sites that we can utilize that could be low barrier, like a low barrier shelter / bridge housing. Also looking at already a lot of our low barrier, or some of our shelter beds are being held for police and fire. So one of the things is working with our TPD and the relationships that they already have with some of our nonprofit providers. So I do think there's a need to ensure we have a place once we identify someone who's willing to come into our housing program to stay somewhere temporarily while we get them through that eligibility process and issue a voucher. But we have, again, I think low barrier fruit are those who are homeless and being served by our nonprofits. We can easily assist those.
So you mentioned OPCS. They're, I think, the only low barrier shelter in the city of Tucson that we're funding. Is that correct?
Mayor, I can't speak in an affirmative, because I do believe they are one of the low barrier, whether or not there's more. I'm sure you probably have better knowledge of that.
I don't. That's why I'm asking. But that's okay. I just wonder if the city of Tucson is funding any other shelter, any other shelter that we're giving money to that is not low barrier.
Mayor, I will have to get back to you on that. So we have ESG funding, we have our human service funding, and we have CDBG. So let me find out what those funding sources are and what they're supporting, and I can let you know.
Okay, because I think that's a model that at the retreat, mayor and council is really clear and specific about using a housing first model. And I don't know if we have many shelters here in the city of Tucson that have a housing first model, and then that wraparound services to help that family or that individual to move into bridge housing and then their own housing. So I would love to find the answer, and then what we could do to encourage low barrier shelter in the city of Tucson, and using these vouchers, especially the homelessness targeted vouchers for low barrier shelters in the city of Tucson. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Durham, and then Councilmember Figueres.
I had a meeting with constituents this weekend, and they told me how troubled they were by seeing homeless people in our parks, homeless people here, homeless people there. And I'm very sensitive to that, because right now as a city, we're not alone. There's a lot of cities experiencing, we have this allegedly great economy, but we've had this spike in homelessness throughout the country in every urban area. And one of the things I thought about was, we all have a relative or a friend, someone close to us, someone we care about, who goes through a rough patch here and there. And a lot of the people that we meet are homeless. We're labeling them as homeless, and we're forgetting what we really should be saying is they're homeless right now. They're not homeless every day for the rest of their life. They're homeless right now. And we have to remember that if we're going to demonstrate compassion just as people, whether it doesn't matter what your core beliefs are. So as I went through the material on this, a few things jumped out on me. Number one is, we've got to right the ship. We've got to fulfill our capacity. And I know you're on it. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you choosing Tucson. So I wanted to say that. Once we right the ship, I'm starting to think we got to start rethinking how we're doing things. And the reason is we've already kind of been at this table, and we're going to have an item in a few months talking about eviction relief. And we'd be better off we've got $40 million in this program, and the idea that we couldn't set aside $400,000 for eviction relief that would cover, in a 1 year period, that's, in a 1 year period, That's north of $30,000 a month. That's 30,000 families that can get 1 month of rent relief who are working and could just need kind of that bridge. And that would be a lot, that would be very helpful. The other piece I thought about was, I had this old boss. When I was 21 years old, I worked at Circle K, and I worked at graveyards at First Avenue and Fillmore in downtown Phoenix. And I had this boss, he was a former Marine gunnery sergeant, and he'd say, Cunningham, run them in, run them out. And so I started thinking about Section 8 for life. I have a master's in social work. One of the core themes when you learn about social work is empowerment. I really like to see how many people are taking Section 8 for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. What's our average? Is there an exit strategy, or are we literally enabling? And I'm not saying that we're enabling, like, I know that's going to get taken the wrong way, whatever. I mean it the way I'm just trying to make a point that there are people who are struggling right now, and I don't blame them for staying on Section 8, but I want to know, how do people cycle through or not? And especially people who are empowered. The next thing I wanted to talk about was, the mayor's already brought it up, was shelter money, and how we can probably get a little bit more on the homeless front if we do some direct money to sheltering. Let them expand their bed space, especially emergency bed space. But the other thing we're running into, from what I understand, is on shelters, is people say, well, I can't bring my pet, I can't bring my girlfriend, we don't have couples, we don't have, so we probably got to have some, we've probably got to expand our shelter stock so that we can.
Or is it, it's housing first? It's the housing first model, Vice Mayor.
The next piece I really wanted to talk about, and this is kind of, it's a little interesting, is that we run into situations where folks have never truly had major financial literacy, so they have to pay rent, they have to pay their electricity, they have to pay their water bill, they have to pay their this bill, their that bill, and all of a sudden they're running a system where they're floating 1 month to go to the next month. And hey, if you've ever been in a situation where you were cash strapped, we've all been there, all right? Well, a couple things. One is, we're the water company. I don't know why we can't back out our voucher for water. I don't understand. We might as well just pay so we're going to give somebody money to pay ourselves, and then if they don't pay us, we're going to penalize them. Why don't we just pay ourselves so that we never run into that problem? The second piece is, if we're going to vouchers, why don't we try to give some preferential to the guys who've got solar and are paying the electricity? Now, if we're if we're backing the water money out, this client is not getting stuck with multiple different bills, and all of a sudden their finances might be a little bit more easy to manage. Last thing, and this is just the last piece, when we think about that, making their finances easy to manage, why not financial literacy? You know, it's one of those missing gaps. We've got to make sure we've got folks with financial literacy. We've got to make sure those wraparounds are there. Half of that is just, look, I've got some experience with this as a teacher. If I'm telling a kid, make sure you do your homework, Johnny, make sure you finish this and finish that, and that kid's worried about whether he's going to eat that night, he's worried about whether or not his mom's going to be home, how am I expecting the kid to get his homework done? Well, we're in the same thing. We're telling folks, you've got to meet all these criteria to make sure you get your voucher. We're not teaching them all the stuff or giving them the resources they can to get there. We have a lot of people that are on our Section 8 program that are not on Meals on Wheels. We have a lot of people that are on Section 8 that are not subscribed. They're not getting the food boxes from the food bank, and those services are available too. Those wraparound services are available. So I'm looking at it those ways. I want to empower people so that they get their ship. So look, we've got to fill the gaps in now, but I'm thinking about this long-term conversation, and I thought it was a good venue today to kind of put some of those out there. And thank you, and I yield my time.
Councilmember Durham, I think that your comments are serious, and there's a lot of conversations happening in many different tables about how we expedite this voucher usage, because the need is there. It's how we use these vouchers and what elements we have to take out of the way to make them work. And so Councilmember Durham, and then I believe it was Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Liz, thank you for the commitment of HCD to reach 100% utilization of vouchers and close to 100% occupancy of City of Tucson-owned properties. What are the pros and cons of moving toward project-based vouchers, and does that necessarily reduce the number of standard Section 8 vouchers?
Mayor and Councilmember Durham, I do appreciate that question. I was going to talk a little bit about project-based vouchers, so this is a good time to talk about what those are. HUD allows us to go up to 20% of our total allocation to do project-based vouchers. The pros for doing project-based vouchers, in my experience, is
So up to 20% of the Section 8
our,
voucher?
Of our 5,000 vouchers.
Okay.
So we have, in fact, I have the number here. We currently have 220 vouchers, and we can go up to, I believe, where's my notes? I don't have my notes. I think 20% of 1,000, I think, is around 800. My numbers are, I always get caught up on that. But we have room to go up to, and actually I think it's up to 900. So we have another 700 that we could potentially project-based voucher. Right now, the way we've been doing those is those developers that are going for low-income housing tax credits, part of their application will often include whether or not they have project-based vouchers from a housing authority like the City of Tucson. What I'm hearing from developers is right now the points often are even and equal. And so having the project-based vouchers can be the tiebreaker that they need to get that those low-income housing tax credits. So City of Tucson has been very progressive in using project-based vouchers to go with these applications to ensure we get as good a position in order to get those projects here in Tucson. Often these project-based vouchers are tied to these new construction projects, so it might be a good 18 months to 2 years before those vouchers are in place. So that's one aspect. That's a pro for putting it with it. A con is that it takes a while before those vouchers are in place. We can use it for existing housing. Right now, what we've just put out a request for proposal for up to 50 project-based vouchers for the purpose of the low-income housing tax credit, but right now any landlord can come in and apply for those for existing housing. So if we can get more, the pros for that, for instance, I want to see units that have utilities included. So if we're using it for homeless, they can get into those units and not have to worry about paying utilities. And it gives them that process to get into the units is much easier than the regular market criteria that a lot of landlords use to get people into their housing. So a lot of times they'll look at rental history, criminal background history. So having those project-based voucher units sometimes helps alleviate having to go through all of those criterias when you have a landlord who's willing to work with our program and understand the clientele that we serve.
And you said, Liz, that you put out 50
Yes.
Vouchers?
As of last week, we have posted that request for proposal. And again,
Why so low, if I may ask?
because we know that we're trying to understand what developments are out there. If they do request more, we need more, we can always come back and add more. But that was just a number that we picked really out of the air with not knowing what the need is going to be or with a request.
Because you say we're using 230
Yes.
project-based vouchers right now.
Right.
And we have that capacity to use up to 800, 900
Yes.
project-based vouchers. So you want to put out 50 at a time, or how do you want to get to that 900?
Every year it's been a little different. From what we're hearing, I think there's going to probably be 2 projects that apply. There might be 3. If there's
Are
more,
we being a little conservative, though?
conservative in the sense that it's for low-income housing tax credits that, again, aren't going to be ready for another 18 months to 2 years. I would like to look at how we can add them to existing units, and that way we can build the affordable
Use them faster.
portfolio now. So again, if the requests come in more than 50, we can always expand.
You can
the
consider
number.
using more.
Yeah, there's not a problem to increase.
Especially if it's paired with low-income housing tax credit, if we can bring in millions of dollars worth of low-income housing tax credits, then I think it's worth expanding that 50 to more, especially if we're just using 230 a year.
Yeah, and Mayor, just know, once we hit that 900 and they're under 20-year contracts, we can't add anymore. So that's, my concern is having
I know, but we're
strategy.
about 800, I mean, we're like, what, 600, 500 vouchers away from hitting that roof.
Right, and so the strategy is, do we want to do, how much do we want to do for those projects that are long-term versus trying to get them under something, and again, much of the requests are not for homeless. A lot of them are just general low-income housing tax credit. So what I've seen work in other communities is using them in connection with target populations like homeless, because those are the hardest to house. When you're using them in low-income housing tax credit for general workforce, again, you're not, if they have 5 vouchers, they're going to get that tiebreaker. And they have a lot of funding sources to build that. So my goal is to try to find those landlords who it would entice them to work with our program and have these vouchers tied to their units. So it's a strategy.
Okay.
So.
Any more?
So
Yes.
it does reduce the number of vouchers because
Yes.
it's all out of the same pot?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other specific populations that city staff believe that should have a preference?
So, Mayor and Councilmember Durham, at this point, I think the homeless preference is the best in order for us to utilize these vouchers for a population that's very difficult to serve. I do know the living and working in City of Tucson, I think, is very important because it ensures that our vouchers are being targeted to those who are here, versus when you open your wait list, you get a lot of people from out of state or other communities applying, so it ensures that allows you to serve those Tucsonians first. So that is, as far as recommendations for adding populations, or preferences, don't have any recommendations other than to say, whatever you recommend as adding preferences, consider the group and how many people it would access, and also the administrative work that it takes to verify those preferences.
Can you remind us what preferences currently exist for Section 8 and public housing recipients?
Yes, I can tell you that both on the voucher side and on the public housing side, the preferences include displaced by government action, referrals from nonprofit community agencies for those experiencing homelessness, and living and working in Tucson are the primary preferences.
Okay. In addition, I'd like to see a voucher preference for individuals dislocated due to substandard housing conditions caused by landlord negligence. Is that something you think we should do?
Mayor and Councilmember Durham, we can do whatever you direct us to do. The question is, and what we can also build into how we get that referral. So how will we identify and who makes that determination? So as a potential, it could be as a result of code compliance, making a determination. That would be something that we could do.
So I also want to support a voucher or public housing preference for individuals who have experienced eviction and who have no other avenues for housing. What do you think about that?
Mayor and Councilmember Durham, I'd have to think about that one. I do think, I think there's a couple of lines of thoughts along those lines. We have 9,000 families on our wait list, and all of them are struggling to pay for rent in one form or another. I think when you look at the eviction numbers, they are staggering and they're getting more difficult. I don't know if, I don't think I have a strong opinion either way, other than I just would like to think that through, because I think how we place people on our wait list and then how they come up on the wait list. So for instance, if we open the wait list and someone is currently evicted, where are they now? So the question is, how far back was the eviction? So I just think there's a lot of thought process. Now, if we did a referral system like we talked about, the way we do with our homeless, we could create a process where we say, if the evictions come through, as an example, we talk about the constables, which I'm sure the constables wouldn't want to be the referring source, but as an example.
No, there are constables that want to be referring. If I may just jump in, because I think this is an important question about making some of the preferences people that are evicted or are being evicted, because you want to, what we want to avoid is homelessness, right? So when people are being evicted, they may become homeless.
Right.
And so I know that we have a very long waiting list, but we can always check and see if that family was on the waiting list, or if they're in a low-income family. So there might be ways to give preference to avoid homelessness using those vouchers. What we're trying to do over here on this side of the table is how can we put these vouchers to work immediately without having percentages of them going without use. And so if it is those preferences, if we add those preferences, you could put caveats in there and referred by a nonprofit or constables evicting the families. You can put something like that, but I think it would be important for you to listen to what Councilmember Durham and each and every one of us, I'm sure, want to add to this discussion, because we do not want to return these vouchers back to the federal government because there's need in this community.
Mayor and Councilmember Durham, I, again, don't have a strong opinion. Like I said, as far as how that would work and how that looks, I'm completely, if that's the direction, happy to do that. I will say the issue of the low utilization of vouchers is not necessarily because we don't have enough preferences. It's because they've not been issued to those on the wait list or through the processes that we currently have of our preferences. So, but again, I think it's a very good idea to look at this issue that we have with eviction and helping. Again, to me, this is what we call eviction prevention. The only other issue with persons who are being evicted is our process, even in the most prime processes of all housing authorities, it still takes a minimum of 30 days to get people through the process. So when people are in the process of eviction and they're at the point of becoming homeless, again, it's connecting them to what resources do we have to be able to hold them until we can get them through that voucher. And then even with that voucher, after 30 days, they'll need to find a new unit. And part of the problem is if that eviction's on their record, it makes it extremely difficult for them to find another unit. So again, great idea, ready to run with it, but just understand that from eviction to the point of finding a place, it could easily be 30 to 90 days.
Liz, can you tell me if the city of Tucson currently has any barriers that would prohibit an individual who has experienced an eviction from receiving a Section 8 voucher? If so, could the city eliminate those barriers?
Mayor and Councilmember Durham, the first part of your question, can you repeat that for me?
Yeah. Could you tell me if the city of Tucson currently has any barriers that would prohibit an individual who has experienced an eviction from receiving a Section 8 voucher?
So, Mayor and Councilmember Durham, we don't have any barriers for our program for people who have an eviction on their record. Part of the challenge, again, is as people have to find new units, if they're going to your standard property management company, who often have policies and criterias, it's going to be more difficult. They can use our voucher. One of the things I'd love to do and have talked about is trying to find to bring on someone who can be, I call a housing navigator, to help difficult tenants who have difficulty finding units, to work with landlords to try to help remove those barriers for those families.
So I guess you've answered my next question. Do private landlords who participate in the Section 8 program regularly deny individuals who haven't experienced an eviction? And if they do, what can the city do to reduce the concerns of landlords?
So it is a regular occurrence. Again, landlords have varying criteria, so we don't know when landlords deny often tenants are going to different landlords and finding out. One of the things what we do is when we bring them in for the orientation, we talk about those barriers and what they need to do when they're talking to landlords to help try to address some of those issues. So that's part of our education that we do with them, but whether or not they're being denied, we don't necessarily get that firsthand knowledge. But we can continue to try to work with landlords. Our service providers are often the best sales persons who working with homeless, who often have those things in their background. But I think it's limited how much we can do to change landlords' minds about their criteria, but we can often attempt to build those relationships.
All righty, if we can move, because we're running really short on time.
I've got 2 additional questions.
Okay, if we can give time to the other council members that had questions, if you could wait a bit, Councilmember Durham, and see if we can advance on this item quickly. I know that you get the hint that we all want to help in whatever way we can in using this voucher. So Councilmember Santa Cruz and I believe Councilmember Frimbes had questions as well.
My question is around capacity, and I feel like a lot of the issues that we're bringing up means that there needs to be staff to address the issue. So you having, just been here, I don't know, is it 6 months? Less? Like, is there a plan? Like, how are we thinking about, like, what are the internal needs that need to be met so that we can serve the public? Because I know that in Ward 1, this is what's coming up all the time.
Mayor and Councilmember Santa Cruz, as the city manager discussed, is augmenting staff. I can tell you right now, we've just are in the process of hiring 5 of the last 5 that are on our recruitment list. We're doing those. We're bringing in some outside vendor support to get us through, I would say, the next 6 months. If we need to, we could also probably bring in temps. We are having regular meetings with the management team about how to augment the wait list team. To me, that if I can get 4 or 5 really solid employees working on that, right now we've only had 2. So we're going to triple that and get some admin support for them so that they don't have to do the day-to-day stuff. So we are working and seeing how that works. My goal is to get 450 of the packets we have right now done in the next 90 days. If we could get those 450 vouchers issued, that gets us more than halfway to being at full capacity. I think the other piece is working with our homeless providers, and that will and using them as resources to help us get those packets and eligibility done.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What remedies is the HCD yourself taking in dealing with payments to landlords who have Section 8 tenants?
Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres, I can tell you we've improved in the last year on a lot of those payment issues. The other piece we've done is we're creating a landlord team that's going to be in place March 1st, which will look at our processes, because often the payments that are delayed are just on those first month brand new tenants moving into their units. So if we can get that process, I think we're going to get a lot of landlords who are very happy with our program, because right now it could take 60 to 90 days. I want to get that down to 30.
Good. Good. And the other thing is, you just mentioned you hired 5 positions, but you were down 25 positions.
Yes.
You still need to move in that area.
Right. So, yes, thank you.
And the other thing, Madam, I think we discussed it at the retreat. I told you I was going to bring a motion to move that the city manager direct the HCD director hire an individual to serve as the homeless navigator coordinator to coordinate and oversee the vouchers and programs HCD offers and deals with. That's my
And that motion passed actually at the retreat. So
Exactly.
that's
So
direction
when
given.
can we start looking at this individual coming on board? Do you know, Madam City Manager?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, right now the focus has been filling the positions that we have vacant. That's kind of the next step. We'll move quickly on that as well. That is part of the budget process coming forward, so we'll bring that back to you. But certainly the message and the direction is clear. We'll move on that. But right now the task is we need to get the folks that are processing the actual work immediately filled, and so we're working with Liz.
And I would
her group
encourage
to do
somebody locally that knows the community, has been serving in the community, that knows what changes we need to make immediately, because this thing is just not only now, it continues to grow, because we're seeing homelessness not only in this state, but all over the country. Thank you.
So I'll give you an opportunity to finish off if you wanted to finish off your presentation, if there's anything else, Liz, that you wanted to include.
Mayor, thank you for that. I do think we hit all the main points, the goals of increasing the vouchers. I'll be coming back April 7th to talk to you as the Board of Commissioners with also a housing resident, and we can cover more of your direction. I'll be meeting with you one-on-one on what other areas you might want to set policy, since we're going to be making changes to the administrative plan. And I think the budget numbers are in front of you. If you have any questions, that really is the conclusion of my presentation.
My remaining questions.
Okay.
So Councilmember Kozachik,
30
and then we're going to have
seconds
to
or
move.
less. Yeah, so first of all, I'm going to pitch one of Richard's project. Rio Viejo is a great project out in Ward 5, and if you've got home funds that are hanging out there that you can funnel in that direction, I'd totally support that. Secondly, can you send us a census tract map showing where in the city CDBG money can be spent?
Mayor and Councilmember Kozachik, actually that's underway. We will be able to provide that.
The other thing, I know the Center for Opportunity is a golden opportunity for us to look at things. You guys are working with them, and also the Tucson House is coming up to fruition, and you're going to have that ready too by February, I believe.
So the Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres, Tucson House, we are doing an elevator improvement. We are also working on an application that will be going to HUD to see if they would help us with Choice Neighborhood to renovate that building among transforming the neighborhood. So we may not know about that for a while, but our goal is to apply for those funds. As far as the Center for Opportunity, Pima County, we are working with Pima County to put some home funds, and Pima County is putting project-based vouchers there.
And then the city transit just got a grant to utilize to help with us in this area, also with homelessness and also immigration. So I hope we can tie into that to see if we can find a venue for some of these folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Durham, do you want to continue with a question? You could continue offline and would be more than happy to continue the conversation. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the discussion. I would like to move that we move into item 8, if it's possible. We have a couple of people waiting on that particular item that need to leave. So look at my item. If we can, item 8, time has been set aside for discussion of the status of census work in Tucson. Mr. Manager, my office and the city manager's office has been working together to try and find a continued action plan for the census. I'd like to, if you may, I know this is a little different, but I'd like to hand it over to the city manager. And at the same time, I'd like to invite my senior policy advisor, Nate Siegel, to do a presentation. The mayor's office and the city manager's office have been working together to put a map together as to who's doing what. What is the Federal Census Office doing here? What is the Pima Association of Governments? What is the City of Tucson and others doing for outreach efforts in Tucson? So I'll pass it over to our city manager and then ask Nate Siegel to start his presentation after the manager's comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. And again, Mayor, thank you for your leadership on this. I know that this is something, even when you sat in a different chair, that you were really championing, and so here's an opportunity for us to move this conversation forward. Just to refresh your memory, we had allocated some dollars that were to go to this effort. At the time, we were not clear on exactly what that looked like. I think there was a presentation by the Census Bureau encouraging all of you to stand up complete count committees. I think some of you have done that. I know that the county has as well. Because of the lack of movement, if you will, on our end on this, and just in terms of what it looks like and complete count committee and so forth, there has been kind of a void in that, if you will, and I'll just be honest with that. However, as you recall from those other conversations, PAG was who we're relying upon on from a regional perspective to put together a game plan, really look on how, as a region, we would make sure that we had adequate count. So we had received some authorizations in the past for dollars for this effort. We gave $200,000 to PAG for this effort. I know that part of Nate's presentation will be a little bit of an outline on that. But I would also remind you that as a council, you had suggested that we needed to be thinking about how we could invest in this going forward, assuming that we had a game plan on this, and I think we now have a game plan. And so what I'm hoping to get is direction from the council on where we go with the funding. Just keeping in mind, as Nate will go over in a minute, time is very short. We don't have a lot of time to be thinking about this. We really have to move forward. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you and Nate.
Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate the city manager's office and staff at the clerk's office allowing my staff to present on this issue. You should all have a packet of the presentation that Nate is about to do, and without further ado, my senior policy advisor, Nate Siegel, will start the presentation.
Great, thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and Council. As the Mayor said, I've spent the course of the last few weeks getting together with all of the players who are investing in census outreach efforts. There are quite a few of them. So as the city manager alluded to, the city of Tucson's primary investment has been through PAG. And I'll sort of go into that a little later down the road. Other players include the state of Arizona has funds set aside, as well as the county has received other funding from grant sources. I also just wanted to mention that in the audience we do have Maria Cardenas from the Census Bureau. So again, my intention is not to give you an overview of what the census is. It's to provide you an update with where we're at in terms of outreach efforts. If you do have particular questions with how the census operates or their particular plans, I'd refer them to Maria. So just to give everybody a brief refresher of the census timeline, as the city manager said, time is really of the essence. March 12th is the day where folks can sign up online for the first time, and remember that this is the first year where we're going to be pushing folks online. So that's pretty revolutionary, and there's a lot of question marks and a little bit of anxiety over that. The census is planning on doing up to five mailers. Of course, if you respond after the first one, you won't get the next four. About 98% of households will receive a mailer. So households that they've tracked that are harder to get to by mail will get received hand-delivered packets. I believe this will be uploaded to Siren. You can view a detailed sort of plan of the mail program structure, particular to Pima County, because it is specialized by region. It's not a one-size-fits-all strategy on the census's part. July 31st is the last day that the census is promoting for folks to participate. So just again to refresh you all a little bit on why it's so critical, as you all know that we have an important count, is political representation, right? Arizona is projected to get at least one additional congressional seat. There are some projections that have us getting as many as 2. So we definitely want that 10th member of our congressional delegation. It's not just a competition between states, but within the state, right? We have to compete with, a little friendly competition with our neighbors to the north in Maricopa County. We want to retain those state legislator seats that they remain in Tucson. Hopefully we can gain even more. But it's important to keep that in mind. It's not just a competition between states. It's really a competition between, within the state. As well as, of course, the big issue is federal and state funding, which, I'm sure the city manager would agree is probably touches every department in some way, shape, or form. So with regard to the federal programs, there are over 300 federal programs that rely on data from the census in terms of determining funding formulas. It's important to note that while a lot of these, there's different programs have different formulas, but while headcount is a big variable, other things that the census takes into account, depending on the program again, are income. So it's important to keep that in mind in making targeted outreach efforts. Examples that strictly apply to the city of Tucson, CBDG, Section 8 funding, et cetera, are just a few of the programs that rely on census data for funding formulations. Just to give you some perspective, in Arizona, we had about that's over $20 billion provided in one fiscal year. Federal grants accounted for a little more than 7% of total revenues during this past fiscal year, as well as a major part of our state shared revenues rely on census data, right? That's the sort of competition between cities that, our state shared revenue is dependent on an accurate count, as well as HERF. So how we perform is, it's not great, to be honest. Nationally, we actually had a little bit of an overcount of about 30,000 people. That's throughout the country. Here in Arizona, we had about almost a 0.5% undercount. And I want to stress the fact that although that seems very, very minimal, it's decimals, it really is a game of decimals. The slightest miscount, the slightest variation can really jeopardize tens of millions of dollars, not just in one fiscal year, but for an entire decade, right? This is a set formula for a decade. Each Arizona that was not counted in the 2010 census is projected to have lost the state $887 per fiscal year. If you do the math, that sums out to about a $59 million annual loss per 1% undercount. Again, that's just 1%. It really is a game of decimals. And just to emphasize, yeah, the slightest undercount could cost our city and state tens of millions of dollars over the next decade. So a few of the reasons why we underperformed in 2010, and we should take note and learn from history, are that we do have a large share, our state and our city has a large share of what the census calls hard to count populations. I prefer the term undercounted populations because we don't want to put the burden on those folks. It's not their fault that they're hard to count. So that includes Latinx communities of color, renters, college students, seniors, and children. Again, this is the first census that is being pushed online, so that remains a huge question mark. I mean, the census, of course, does have has a detailed plan, but of course there is questions over internet accessibility and so forth. Ongoing concerns about privacy, although their information is federally protected, or is protected under federal law, there are still lingering concerns and a lot of anxiety, and rightfully so. Luckily, the citizenship question was not included in the final version of the census, but our current administration is doing their very best to try and instill that fear and anxiety to suppress the count. The lack of investment, of statewide investment, I think poses a huge problem to our local efforts here, especially considering that we're a state that has been traditionally undercounted. We would expect more investment from the state level. To give you perspective, the state has currently set aside about $1.5 million, and that was from last year's budget. The current governor's budget does not include any funds for census counting. For another state that is obviously much larger, but also has has history with undercounting, California has allocated over $150 million from their state budget to census funding because they understand the return on investment, especially over the course of a decade. So this is a good map of what this is showing is what the census coins as hard to count areas. We'll call them underrepresented areas. And it's based on response rates from 2010. And the reason why I want to emphasize that is because in 2010, the census was mail-based, right? Most of the responses that were received were through the mail. So there, in my view, there is a bit of a gap in terms of, I think many of you could identify areas that are not marked in this graph that do have issues with internet accessibility. So as I'll talk about in the next slide, I think one of the major areas that the city can play a role is in reaching out to these areas that aren't necessarily defined by the census as hard to count, but lack internet accessibility. Because again, this hard to count metric is solely defined by their mail responses in 2010. So this slide outlines our current regional efforts. So as I mentioned, the U.S. Census Bureau is currently, Maria has been amazing to work with in coordinating community partnerships. And of course, as I outlined earlier, they're going to be investing heavily in mail reminders as well as field canvas efforts. Some houses will be canvassed up to 6 times. It gets a little annoying. I think after the 3rd time, they start to use proxies so that if you do not answer after the 3rd time, they'll ask your neighbor who lives there, and they'll use federal databases to try and verify that information. If that information isn't reliable, they'll proceed to knock and knock and knock. As well as paid communication. So I'm sure a few of you have seen some billboards. I saw one on 36 and Park by Tucson Marketplace the other day, as well as we're expecting some TV ad buys. The $280,000 PAG budget is mostly exclusively almost paid communication. So TV, a huge $100,000 investment in TV, about $45,000 in radio, and I'll let you read the rest, but all of it is English and Spanish, and we're working with them to make sure that we're providing oversight of that investment to make sure that we're targeting those communities that are traditionally undercounted. Currently, the city's efforts, again, a lot of it, if not the majority of it, is through PAG as the vehicle. But currently, the city is going to allow all employees 30 minutes to fill out the census on work time. If they don't have access to a computer, that will be provided, as well as more traditional but effective ways of promoting it through the internet, e-newsletters, etc. External efforts, again, include working with the ward complete count committees to disseminate information. The city's manager's office has notified that our office that they do have funding for printing costs, as well as we're actively working with the county in terms of coordinating messaging so that we have one cohesive effort. So the ways that we can, that we've identified that we can expand our efforts is that we do believe that there needs to be increased coordination between city staff, departments, and complete count committees. There seems to be a lack of connection between a lot of those players, and I think that's something that should be semi-easily addressed. The Maricopa County has developed a comprehensive plan for how to make best use of their city assets. So whether it be recreation centers, the county is using their libraries, et cetera. How can we use our assets to promote participation and improve accessibility in terms of providing internet access? Wrap into Tucson. We could wrap into a Tucson-specific campaign that complements but doesn't replicate the PAG regional efforts, as well as I alluded to earlier. I think we really need to focus on reshifting the focus to areas of the city that are not necessarily hard to count areas where so many other entities are targeting their efforts. We shouldn't. There's a lot of manpower and people power going into those communities. I think we need to explore other communities that aren't necessarily hard to count as defined by the census, but lack internet accessibility. So we did put together a list of recommended actions for your review. So the mayor's office, we'd like to continue leading coordination with the city manager's office, department directors, and council offices, and we'd also like to request each city department to create their own census outreach action plan. we believe that any city department that has direct contact with the public can and should be, promoting the census and participation, especially if it affects their bottom lines. Overarching, we believe the city of Tucson should invest in their own strategic census plan separate from efforts through PAG by hiring a consultant to manage a strategic census plan. That would consist of mailers, field operations, social digital media, print ads, vehicle ads, graphic designs, printing, and other communication efforts. The reason for this is because we really think that there needs to be a localized effort that communicates to the community that we know. As I mentioned, I think there's a severe lack of funding and investment at the state level. So unfortunately, it has fallen on the backs of cities to do their own outreach efforts. The city of Phoenix has invested $1 million in their own census action plan or outreach action plan, whatever you want to call it, on top of a $2 million investment through the Maricopa Association of Governments. And that, again, this will be uploaded, and I just provided some resources for your office that might be useful in coordinating with the complete count committees.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Nate, thank you for that excellent presentation. It was very educational for the public, for everyone else. I think everybody on this, from an institutional knowledge standpoint, everybody on this side of the table has agreed that the census and census count, ensuring that Tucson's count is maximized, is one of our biggest priorities. It's nothing to be taken lightly. One of the things I think that is very effective that we probably missed out in this day and age is maybe even doing a mass text, or possibly even going to the Startup Tucson people and building some type of Tucson app. We're probably it would be an opportunity to try that type of technology out, but definitely mass texting and reminding people as the days get tighter. Either way, Mike, I'm under the impression that we need to allocate some resources for this. I think we have some one-time money. I'd like to move that the mayor and council direct the city manager to identify and set aside about $350,000 that will be committed for our efforts to produce a complete and accurate count in the 2020 census, and that we direct the city manager to take all steps necessary to program this funding and execute a plan for securing a complete and total count.
Is that in addition to the money we already committed?
Yes.
That is above the $200,000 we spent last year.
I'll second your motion.
So there's a motion and a second. Mr. Vice Mayor, can you consider also the recommended actions included in the presentation?
I'd like to amend my motion, if it's okay with the seconder, to incorporate the recommendations from the presentation and from the staff into my motion.
Thank you.
Can we give Maria Cardenas a couple minutes to also shed light?
Absolutely. I think Maria has plenty to add. Is there any?
I'm good with the
amendment.
The amendment.
Okay, perfect. Maria, thank you so much for coming with us today. I know that you were in Casa Grande. You're going to have to go back to Casa Grande.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for coming to talk to us about the plans for the census from the federal government side.
Okay, thank you for having me. Do you have a question, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, one of the things that I just needed to add, like he's saying, there's already some targeted awareness campaign going to happening here in Tucson. We already started at the end of January. So Tucson was identified one of the hard to count towns that the census identified that it needs extra little help. So they started doing all the marketing and the billboards. There's going to be some in Spanish and English and different point of the city, and it's specifically more towards the south area of the city, and some in the city of South Tucson. So I just wanted to add that it was implemented that like city of Nogales, Douglas, most of the border towns, they're the ones that the census is already visible. And also some of the TV ads, They're already on, and mostly in Spanish here, for these towns in southern Arizona. So I just wanted to throw that out, that the census is already including the city of Tucson, and we call it targeted awareness campaign. So we hope we continue with this support. It's a great opportunity to make a difference, and we're still hiring people. We need people to work. We're very, very low in our numbers, and specifically in Pima County. So we need almost 7,000 people. Right now, we only have like 4,500. So we still need to hire more people. So if you guys can help us out to outreach and your websites, newsletters, any ways that you guys can.
Is that a full-time job or is that part-time?
It's part-time, but you can do up to 40 hours, $16 an hour, pay mileage, get paid every week. We need bilingual people, specifically for the rural areas.
What is the minimum requirement to be a census?
Just have an email, have no felonies, because they do a background check, and pretty much you work for the federal government for 7 months.
Thank you.
Maria, can you send us a link so that we can share?
Sure.
With the council offices, because there's questions, people have called, like, how do I get the job with the census? And I think it's important for us to be able to share them, and we could potentially share it.
The council
city employees
offices
as well.
They usually get a bunch of emails from me, and I usually send, the updated flyers, information that is coming out. Earlier, I just sent another one that is dates to remember, because people get confused. We have update leave or the non-response follow-up and things like that when people come to you, and you need to be able to have those dates available.
Thank you, Maria. So you will be sending that link to us, and we can share. We could help you find employees.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, did you have a question or comment?
I was just waiting for you to wrap up so I could call the question. I want to do our motion.
Okay. Mr. City Manager.
Two quick things. I want to make sure the 350 would come out of current year cash carry forward one-time dollars. So we'll take care of that if that's the will of the council. The other is the coordination. I noticed city departments create and implement their own census outreach plan. I'm a little nervous about them implementing or creating and implementing on their own. So we'll coordinate that
With
through
the
my
city
office.
manager's office.
We'll coordinate that through my office as long as that's okay. I'm happy.
Yes,
with that.
absolutely.
Yeah, we're very happy with that. That was kind of the spirit of the motion, as well as like I said, I think I spoke to a couple of my colleagues and said this is one-time money. So I get that. That's what I infer.
And then what I do want to include in this the 2 weeks ago that I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors, a lot of mayors are partnering with private organizations to fund the census. And so part of the recommended actions has the ability to work with the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona to help privately fund an additional effort to the $350,000 to be able to get private companies and corporations to invest in the census here in the city of Tucson. When I look at our population, that we have about 660,000 people, $350,000 is not even 50 cents per person. And so if there's a possibility of privately fundraising through the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona to add to the effort, we're going to be able to do that. And that's something that I want to commit to as the mayor of Tucson, because this is that important. When I see Phoenix investing $1 million out of their own pocket, then that's when I get my competitive edge going. So Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll go to a roll call.
Madam Mayor, that includes not just departments, but ward offices.
Ward offices.
Can we make sure that there's whatever software we need to do the count, we can, from 8 to 5, we'll make it available.
I'd love to do a kiosk in each ward office. As people come in, they can just
Like a computer kiosk? Yeah. Absolutely. So the coordination has to continue, but we have to move really fast because, like you saw the timeline at the beginning, this is moving fast and furiously, and the deadline is July 31st.
And it's important that we can leverage those dollars with our partners. You know, we can do kiosks. First of all, any computer can be a kiosk. Second of all, what if each YMCA had one? Well, now every single member of the YMCA doesn't. You probably up that number. What if each Choose Fitness? What if we had them in Circle K's? I mean, think about the options that we have.
Partnerships.
Let's think creative, people. Let's make it happen.
All righty. Councilmember Kozachik?
How much did you already have, Mike, budgeted for this fiscal year for this?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, I was anticipating 200,000 that we would use out of one-time dollars once I was directed by the council. So I was already anticipating some expenditure.
And do we have a commitment to PAG?
We've already made that commitment. We already paid those dollars.
So is your motion to go to 350,000 or 550,000?
But just so we're clear, though, I think the question is the 350 addition. So the total expenditure would be 550.
That's what I'm asking Paul to clarify.
Verified.
And is the consultant fee coming out of that? And is that consultant community foundation? Or is that going to be an RFP process or what?
Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, the thought is that it would need to be an RFP, but it doesn't have to go through a formal RFP. It can be through quotes. Don't expect that the dollars associated with hiring someone to help us navigate this would exceed the thresholds within the procurement rules. It will require quotes, and so we'll go through that process. We can do that very quickly. I am also expecting that we will use these dollars internally as well as externally. I expect that you saw in the presentation they did mailers and those kinds of things that we can just contract directly through our either existing vendors or through the consultant. A lot of that will have to be worked out based on what the arrangement is with the consultant.
What's the cap that a consultant can charge without going through the formal bid process?
I believe it's $100,000.
So the maximum of this we're allowing them is 100,000 out of the 550.
So they can go higher than that, but there's a more formal process which would burn up time, and we don't have time for that, so it would have to be below that.
I'm happy. I'd rather cap that at about 75 grand.
Yeah,
because it's a half. I mean, it's a half-year contract. We don't need to pay somebody the full 100. Let's cap that consultant fee at $75,000.
So, Mayor, members of council, I'd rather not. I mean, if it's okay with you, I hear you. I'm clear. But I need to understand what the scope of work is yet, and so capping that might set an unrealistic expectation, because quite frankly, I wasn't expecting to spend nearly that on a consultant. My expectation is to be a lot less than that.
Less.
So what I will tell you is that the key is not the consulting services piece as much as it is all of the logistics, all the things that are listed up there.
Look, I anticipated most of this was going to like mailing, mass texting, social media, I mean, I thought that's where I'm kind of thinking it's going to be.
That's my point. We don't want to pay 20% of what we're allocating to a consultant to do what we're planning on doing internally ourselves anyway.
Yeah, this is. I would say that I agree with the city manager that it's going to be way under $100,000. Most of the work, it's going to be printing, mailers, social media, mass texting.
Coordination with PAG. We also have to help South Tucson get their count right. I mean, there's plenty of stuff to do.
Right.
This money's going to go quick. So and it's an investment. If we come under, that's $887.
And hopefully, and I'm hoping
person.
also that in outside with the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona, we could bring at least $150,000 more to add to the effort in Tucson. So. Yes, Mr. City
Mayor, members of council, what we can do is on a regular basis give you updates, just periodic updates on what we're doing, how we're doing it. Your offices are going to be very involved in this. You know, we'll be working closely with the mayor and her leadership on this. But clearly, the efforts we're going to, the boots on the ground will be out in the ward offices as well as on the departments. So we'll make sure you're clear on what we're doing.
And we're in coordination with the city manager's office. So The mayor's office will lead this effort with the city manager and the council offices and outside partners on this. So we will keep you informed on every step of the way.
Look, the map.
And include your offices in every outreach effort that we have.
And just for the public and for the record, the math works exactly like this. If you assume that we had a 0.42 undercount, that cost us about $20 million 10 years ago. So we're spending $350,000 so we can get $20 million later. It's an investment.
It's a good investment. All righty, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Any against? Motion passes 7-0. Now we're moving back to item 6. Staff has a presentation on the Environmental Services Fund. Mr. City Manager. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Nate, for your presentation.
Do we have time to do this item justice?
So, Mayor, well, it all depends. The short answer is this is will be ultimately a very lengthy conversation. Today, what I'd like to do is focus only on the fund, only on the dollars associated with the investment that we all put forth in our environmental services function, so that you at least get a framework. What that means is we're going to need to stay away from, at least today, talking about details on recycling and some of the other pieces, because otherwise it will be a long conversation. We can certainly and do plan to bring that back to you in the very near future, but this is really just about the dollars associated with the enterprise fund that we refer to as environmental services. So if that's okay, Madam Chair and Council, that's where we'll focus today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carlos de la Torre.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the Council. As the City Manager pointed out, we are the Environmental and General Services Department. The focus of my presentation today is really to go over the Fund 2, which is the Environmental Services Fund. We're not talking about code enforcement, facilities, fleet, and all the other basically lines of business that our department is responsible for. I'll start off with really just setting the stage in terms of really the fund balance. So as of the end of the last fiscal year, essentially the cash equivalents, money in the bank that we can touch and feel is basically roughly $42 million. Okay, so from that perspective, we're not in the red. We have some dollars. But part of that is that those dollars are allocated on what we call restrictive. So we have some restricted reserves. So one of the primary ones is really the landfill closure and post-closure reserve. That is a reserve that is mandated by essentially federal regulations really to ensure that we have enough dollars really to close a landfill, make sure that we put the cap, and that we are able to maintain that landfill at its basically closed condition for the next 30 years after it's closed. So that is something that is not discretionary. Every year we have to provide the documentation. It has to be part of the audit, and we have to prepare an engineering report that says how much tonnage we received that particular year, how much is being utilized, and how much still useful life do we have in the remaining landfill, and just to make sure that to ensure that we're on track to maintain those, either stay ahead of the game in terms of those set aside dollars or not. The other restricted reserve, and this is more of an internal restriction, is the Groundwater Protection Fund landfill remediation fee. Back in 2010, Mayor and Council enacted this fee, and right now that fee is $1.13 per household for city residents. And that is really purely to address any landfill remediation or groundwater remediation associated with landfills. So that's why there's a restriction. We can certainly use that to fund capital projects. We use some of that money really to build a pump and treat system at Silverbell landfill. So that's how we are able to utilize that money. But again, we cannot use that money for other capital projects outside of landfill remediation or groundwater remediation. And so that's essentially restricted. And obviously we cannot use that for, I was going to say operations, but we do use that in operations to fund only essentially the monitoring the landfill. So we do offset some of the salaries of essentially the environmental project coordinators and the inspectors that go out and inspect those landfills on a regular basis. So that gives us pretty much a balance of roughly about $23 million. Part of that, as we all know, that this fund is virtually debt-free. We don't have no outstanding debt, with the exception of a small debt that essentially was issued a few years ago. That bond, it was coupled with other general fund debt, and is scheduled to be retired in 2029, or is callable in 2029. And that's roughly about $600,000 a year. And that's, we project that it's going to increase to the tune of about $750 at the end of 2029, but that's part of our operating expenses. So all of our capital projects are funded on a pay-as-we-go basis. As some of you attended the Cell4 opening, that's essentially, that was in finance. We use the fund balance to basically fund those projects. The other thing we're setting aside internally is, and that's why I put in there is unrestricted, because certainly the council has flexibility on really on approving, not approving the projects that the department is really considering. And the same thing goes on really setting aside dollars for what we call the operation and maintenance reserve. So any utility, the best management practices is we got to set aside anywhere between 45 to 60 days just to cover any unforeseen expenses that may occur during that particular year. Obviously, rating agencies use that just to make sure that to demonstrate that those funds are solid. And we would like to continue with that premise that we are still have some capacity and not really running short of dollars every year. Yes, Mayor.
Carlos, the operations and maintenance reserve, which you have under unrestricted, is $7.5 million. Does that cover 40 to 60 days of operations in case of an emergency? Is that what it is?
Mary, that is correct.
Okay.
So hypothetically speaking, if we had a very hard economic times during a couple months, that would really, nobody can really pay their bills. We still have to pick up garbage. We still have to pay our own bills. This is really a way so that we don't get behind financially on that end. Or say, for instance, we had a big tornado, it was catastrophic. Now we have to infuse a lot of resources really to come in and really clean up the city. That's essentially additional revenue that can help us maintain our operations.
Okay. And then the capital improvements program fiscal year 1920, $11.7 million. Do you have a list in here? Because I didn't see it on what these capital improvement program funds?
Mayor, that is correct. Essentially, so what that is really what we believe, building the capacity for those projects. Those projects are the Silver Bell pump and treat system, and I can give you a further breakdown of those 11.7.
That would be nice. It would be nice to get like a list of what the 11.7 million
Cell 4A, that will be another one, $3.2 million. And then the remaining portion of the Congress Nearmont reclamation project, those are the major projects. We have other expenditures related to projects that are essentially are multi-year that basically make up that 11.7.
Okay, but that $11.7 million is not all to be used in 1920 fiscal year.
Most of it would be used. But there's going to be some cash carry forward, or some carry forward that may go into the next calendar year or budget year.
So essentially, you've planned for these funds, but there's some wiggle room and some cushion there in terms of them being unrestricted and mayor and council having a little bit more discretion on how to use these funds.
Mayor, yes and no, because those projects are on the way. So we'll essentially, as we move down in the future, some of those projects may become to be more discretionary. So those projects were approved as part of our operating or capital budget. So in terms of really, maybe they're not completed when we had hoped to get them completed, but the commitment is there. We can't really kind of leave the project
have they already been RFP'd? Are they RFP'd and out?
Yes.
In other words, have we committed those funds already?
Yes.
So they're really not unrestricted, are they?
Well, maybe I can help. Mayor, so just to kind of take it, and I appreciate where you're headed, because this is exactly why we're having these discussions. One of the things that we've not traditionally done is brought to you these enterprise funds and then outlined for you the flexibility from a policy standpoint that the council has. So these are spoken for. And so it's unrestricted in that it wasn't previously identified or restricted. But at this point, it could be very well restricted just because we've already put them out. However, What it does is gives you a sense of the kinds of things where you can weigh in on going forward, which is the intent of these discussions. And so that's really what we're trying to accomplish, is exactly what you honed in on, is where is the policy conversation.
So when we continue with that math, it really leaves us roughly about $3.8 million. That, in rough numbers, that is basically our operating expenses for one particular month. So when you look at the macro scale, we may say, yeah, we have 42, we end up with 3.8, but in all essence, that's not really a significant number when we start looking at the fund in its entirety. Next slide is really just gives you a history of really how the revenue that has been collected over the past few years, and really how that essentially has been spent in terms of really personnel, services, supplies, and then the capital programs. So again, as a reminder, is none of those capital projects have been financed through debt. They've been essentially done on a pay-as-we-go basis. So there are some years that essentially we have some high expenditures, some of the years we don't, but roughly every single year, roughly about $5 million are spent on capital projects, and not really the capital outlay related to our fleet replacement program. So and that's essentially listed on the capital outlay, and we replaced roughly anywhere between 11 to 13 trucks. Last year, as you can see on the slide, there was a decrease on the capital outlay, and that was really because we made some sacrifices really to kind of make ends meet. And so our concern is we really can't continue on that path. We believe that we have a very reliable and efficient service, and we want to continue with that. So any further, I would say, divesting from the fleet would really put us in a difficult situation down the road.
Carlos, really quick, how many gallon, our standard 1833 fee, how many gallons do you get?
I'm sorry?
How many gallons is the container?
95 gallons. Thanks.
Why did you have a $5 million jump in capital projects?
Mayor, Councilmember Kosacik, again, it's purely a function of really the types of projects that essentially are being built that particular year and the expenses that are accumulated that particular calendar year.
And what do you anticipate for next year?
Mayor, as Carlos is looking at that number, so keep in mind, and I know some of you were out at the cell 4, we actually program those in. So each of those years, when you look at the capital projects, they go up and down based on what the project is for then. So it could be that that's in 19, the jump between 18 and 19 would be a cell or another huge investment in terms of physical infrastructure improvement.
So for 20, you expect that number to be 11.7?
Mayor, Councilmember Kosacik, I don't recall the exact figure, but it's definitely less than that.
That's what the prior slide says. Capital improvements for 20 is 11.7. That's what we were just talking about.
That is correct, but that's for yes, for the following year. So I can't recall that figure for fiscal year 21, but it's roughly going to be $7 to $8 million on the projects that we are proposing to move forward in calendar year 21, in fiscal year 21.
Okay.
So we're in 20. We're in fiscal year 20. So
that's all right. Never mind. No, we don't.
Ready, can we continue with the presentation? And because I have very similar questions, Councilmember Kosacik.
Okay. Okay. So Mayor, Councilmember Kosacik, those are really, I understand. So yes, that is correct. In terms of what you pointed out is 11.7. The difference is really when we put that slide on fiscal year 19, those are really not with the final year. And so, so there's still some adjustments that need to be made. But yes, you're right, it's 11.7. That figure will yield up to 11.7.
Thanks.
So then if we look at the next slide, it really just provides you an overview in terms of really how essentially the fund basically spends the dollars, and that's really just about broken in terms of percentage, and really where essentially that expenditure is essentially is being basically assessed.
You need different colors.
Yeah. So then moving on to revenues, same thing, same concept is really how is really the revenue captured? Where is it coming from? Vast majority of the revenue really comes in from the residential fees and commercial fees and landfill fees as well. So if you look at kind of what we're projecting in terms of really how the fund may function in the future, as you can see from that is we were very heavy, or projecting being very heavy on essentially on the capital projects initially, and that's in red. We're aggressive. We're probably not as aggressive as maybe as we move forward. One, because of really there's no dedicated funding really to fund with the current rate structure to fund any major capital projects. So we essentially just basically left it flat. But then we got to keep in mind that our goal is really to put aside at least about $1 million each year just for those capital projects. But today there's really no allocation for that. So as we move down the years, we're seeing that our fund balance essentially continues to decline and actually dips into really our obligations. So again, still, if you look at the blue, you still have some discretion in there in terms of saying, well, maybe I may not want to have that O&M reserve, but at least we know that you're making that policy decision as we move forward. It's not the best, I would say, recommended alternative, but you have some flexibility of really doing that. But if you move down the road, then landfill remediation, then you start really tipping into really money that is solely, I would say, purely restricted, and we really can't use that for either capital projects, nor can we use it for operations. Okay. So if you go back, in history, last time that the residential rate was adjusted was back in 2011. I think the department and previous predecessors have done an outstanding job in really making ends meet, being very creative in terms of really saving dollars and really being more effective routes and more efficient services. But I think we're getting to the point that there's outside externalities that it's limited us our ability really to continue to be on that path. The other surcharge was implemented in 2017. That is a recycling surcharge, and it goes from 0 to 45 cents, and that is based on really the commodity pricing. For the past few years, it really has been the max because we have not really received any significant revenue from that. The groundwater protection fee was implemented in 2010, and again was last adjusted in 2017, and the adjustment was really from $1.06 to $1.13, and those additional 7 cents are really used to fund the city stormwater program. And then you look at commercial fees were adjusted in 2017, and landfill fees and or self-hauler fees were adjusted in 2016.
How does that 1675 compare to private haulers, local private haulers?
As part of the questions that were provided that were asked by Ward 5, so if we compare our rates, so in Tucson, so if we have a private in that packet, so if you look at Tucson, where we at is 1675 per residential customer. So if you look at a private hauler in Pima County, their rate is about $38. A month, and that includes basically $9 for recycling. For a veil hauler is about $20, and someone in Sahuarita is about $25 a month for those services. So and some of the services that the department provides, such as brush and bulky, the HHW collection point, support to community cleanup efforts, all those essentially those services are not included in that. Those are charged separately or not offered at all. So then, if we look at the current state, our financial liabilities are greater than our assets. So if we look at the CAFR, you look at our balance sheet, we have a negative number, negative $7.5 million, and that is really associated that we have landfills that we're liable really to ensure that we continue to remediate, and that's really what makes up most of that liability. Still some pension liabilities that are part of that make up the vast majority of those unfunded liabilities and that are short on the CAFR. we are continuing to see the recycling processing costs continue to increase, and that processing cost is not so much what we pay in the tipping fee, but it's really the differential rate between essentially what the market value is doing in terms of the value of recyclables, and essentially the ceiling of the floor that we established in terms of what they need, what Republic's asking us to provide them in order for them to process our recyclables. So as essentially as that ceiling, which is $85, and it is that anything below that, we got to make up the difference between what the product of the commodity is. So if the average commodity rate is essentially $50, and right now it's roughly about $28, $30, we have to make up the difference of essentially that $50 difference or the $55 difference. So when you combine what we pay going in there at the tip, just a tipping fee, we essentially pay $49 a ton. Then once the processing goes through, and essentially they sell the products or place the products in the market, and if the average commodity price has dropped, we got to make up the difference. So essentially, if we look at what we're paying per ton, is about, for processing recyclables, is about $100 to $120 a ton, as compared to our internal cost or really landfill, and we're essentially is a 5-to-1 comparison between landfilling versus recycling.
So landfilling right now would be cheaper than us for the city of Tucson to continue providing recycling?
Yes.
Okay. And how much do we charge for per ton to landfill?
So we have variable rates. So essentially the basic rate at the landfill is $32 a ton for landfill. Right.
Okay.
And that's the gate rate. So we have other rates that essentially are lower than that based on the volume that they bring to the landfill. Our own internal rate is our internal rate that we charge ourselves, that we don't pay ourselves either, is lower than that as well. So
it's a function of how much you guarantee to bring, and you can get a reduction if you guarantee to bring tonnage. I get all that. Well, let's finish your presentation.
Thank you so much for that, Vice Mayor.
So as we look at fiscal year 2021, we're projecting a shortfall of about $2.8 million. So on that, the way we would plan on really balancing the budget without any rate adjustments at this point in time would be is obviously we would go back to the rainy fund day and really offset that cost if we leave the business in the as-is condition. We still are really monitoring really what the net effects of the every other week. I believe and we believe essentially that the program has been very successful. So if you look at overall, we had some initial complaints in terms of the service. You all heard that. That has been really minimized. When we asked really how many folks have really asked for a second container, you're talking about 750 customers, which represents less than 0.5% of all the residents that really have requested that. So far, we basically only denied roughly about 66 of those requests. And the reason we denied those requests is we saw that it was really just they were not recycling correctly. They really were using that as a secondary trash bin, and so we really told them that at this point in time we were not doing that. We still have about 300 requests that we're still continuing to receive and monitor, and the way we go about it, we visit essentially the person who's requesting that. We see if the bin is properly being used, and if obviously they are and they needed the additional volume, then that's the time that we go out and provide the additional bin. So when you look at overall, the projected savings was about going to be $1.4 million. We're looking at maybe doing a little bit better than that, so about $1.8 to $2 million. And that is purely not only in terms of really the operational savings per month, and we haven't seen any savings in labor cost because all those folks have moved to help out the Russian bulky crew. So that's what. So as you pointed out, the concern was no layoffs. So we haven't even gone that, but we basically have using them to supplement other programs. So then, as we move along, as you look at that, we are not setting aside any money for landfill closure and post closure. We're okay today, but and we can't continue to really not to be okay, so we got to make sure we continue to put money in there. And also really no money set aside for capital improvements program. We are looking at really doing a reduction again this particular year in a fleet replacement program. It's not what we're recommending. And again, our concern is really, it really puts us in a bind in the reliability and the effectiveness of essentially of the service. So with that in mind is obviously our recommendation is really to ensure that the Environmental Service Fund continues to be healthy and not only to address the current needs, but the long-term liabilities. So really, hoping that I would be allowed really to come back to Mayor and Council at a really recent, at a future study session, really to look at, get some policy direction in terms of really formalizing and really instituting the every other week. Really looking at the removal of glass and paper out of the curbside recycling program. We would develop some alternative diversion programs and adopt some alternative recycling programs. What do I mean by alternative recycling programs? So we're working with Tucson Clean and Beautiful really to set up some additional programs really to look at not only the reuse, the reswap, the reduction component of things. So we're working on that. We're also exploring maybe a possible model that essentially is pay as you recycle. So essentially really we would look at really keeping the core recycling program the way it is today, but maybe providing some specialty or boutique specialty recycling that yes, you would have to pay extra, but at least at that point in time, there's no questions on what plastics are recyclable, which ones are not, straws, plastic bags, anything else, and they would go into that bin. Obviously, property owners or residents would have to purchase that. But again, we still need to work out the details in terms of really what the program is with the vendor and the provider. How do we work that arrangement with Republic Services as well? And really looking at how do we set up the program as we move down the road. And again, it's really with the intent is really to enhance the recycling opportunities, but really keeping the core business the way it is. We are also looking at receiving a grant from the Recycling Partnership, roughly in the tune of $200,000, and that is really to evaluate essentially our program in terms of really our contamination. What strategies do we need to implement really to reduce the contamination? So the goal is really to reduce it from 30% to 15%. So that's the primary goal. And then also really put a very strong campaign in terms of really what is allowable and what isn't. And so this component about the policy decision, whether we keep glass or paper, and that is a critical component of how we set up the program and how do we move forward. And then in terms of not only the anti-contamination campaign, but also really the education component of what is recyclable and what isn't. And obviously with that, tie everything together with a very solid financial plan for possible implementation in this coming fiscal year.
Vice Mayor, I know that you have some questions, and then Councilmember Lee, and then Councilmember, did you raise your hand? Okay, Councilmember Kozachik.
So we're going to run out of time, so I'm going to kind of actually back up a little bit because we're going to have this conversation. We're going to need another at least hour to have this conversation. First of all, let me preface by saying that you're basically what you're telling us is that we might have to raise garbage rates and trash pickup rates, and I actually understand that. Right now, we pay $16.75 for a 90-gallon container. A 90-gallon container in Tempe, Arizona, is almost double that. It's $29. It is double that in Phoenix, or will be. They're going to add $6.40 to their rates, and they're paying $26. They're going to go to $32.40, which actually is double of what our rate is. So there's no question we're going to have to make that adjustment. Also, if we want to have recycling, this is the thing. And Ward 6 and I have been talking about this. We're missing some opportunities to be trailblazers here. We talked about McRady at the retreat, and Steve has really pushed on the glass recycling piece. We can get with transportation. I think there's internal value there to give us some opportunity with glass. I mean, I'd rather us crush the glass ourselves and give it back. And if we want to, we can mold our own millings for roads. I'd love to do that in-house. The other piece is if we're melting plastic and tires, we can create an emulsion to do that in-house. And we can be one of the only cities who do that. We'd be unique. And that's always what I've been talking about, is making Tucson unique. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is you brought up the recycling piece. I think the vision there is recycling credits, where we keep the 2 weeks, but you can bring your recycling down to certain collection points and then get $1 off your coupon. We could somehow scan your barcode and you could loop, if we're going to raise rates, we should, if people are going to meet us halfway and bring to us, let's lower rates. Let's make it worth people's while to do that. The other one is we really have to have this holistic conversation about the tonnage deal. We got locked into it last time. And I don't want to if we get locked into another 10-year deal, we need to make sure Republic knows that we expect them to help us with part of that. They're not horrible partners. I mean, they're trying to protect their customers too, but the bottom line is that if our own agency is paying more per ton than Republic is for people who live in unincorporated Pima County, that really bothers me. And I don't want to be in that situation at all. If they're going to guarantee us the 200,000 tons, it's fine, because I don't think they'll deliver it. But I think that's a whole other discussion, probably more appropriate for executive session. The one piece I wanted to talk about was, I'm not sure if we need to just say we're going to raise garbage rates. I think it's a holistic conversation about water rates, garbage rates. We just did the green water infrastructure fee, and maybe this year we kind of pick and choose. There's no sense in jamming our people all at once. Everybody gets a full bill. They get an 88 to 95. Well, mine's $95, but they get a bill for their sewage, their water, and their garbage. They get one bill. And if we jam them on all four all at once, and we don't even know what the county's going to do, and all of a sudden that thing grows 35%, all we're really doing is being completely insensitive to the people who live here. So we've got to look at that conversation holistically. Hey, look, if we're going to do the garbage rates this year, then we're probably going to have to wait a year on the water rates. Or if we're going to do the green water, the stormwater infrastructure, or the green infrastructure, the one we just did, if we're going to do that one this year, and we're going to add to recycling, then maybe we need to take so let's see it holistically. I don't want anybody's bill going up more than $8 or $9 a month. And so I want to see it holistically. We're going to have to make that work, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. It's a great presentation, Carlos, and I know you guys are up against it. You're doing your best, but let's think about that internal piece. I think there's some value there, and we can use that savings in transportation to apply. So I'm going to yield, but that was I just wanted to get that jumping off point out.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Just a real quick one on the top of page 3 of the memo. It says the comparison demonstrates the fund's limited flexibility without showing the full future post-closure liability of over $45 million. If you back that slide up one, it says there's nothing set aside for landfill post-closure, and we have a $45 million liability. Can you explain that?
It's an additional liability. So when we look at, okay, so there's two things, okay? So it's really, you look at the cash equivalents, what's shown on the CAFR. Then when you combine that with our total assets and you look at compared to the total liability, that there is a negative number. And the biggest thing out of that, the negative $45 million, it's really the landfill closure and post-closure requirement. It's on the books. And it's not really for the active landfills that essentially that we have an obligation to set aside. the audit basically depicts you as a city, you have a liability for 23 landfills that are online that eventually at one point in time, you're going to have to do something, okay? And we're seeing basically traces of PFAS contamination around landfills. So be prepared. That is an environmental liability, and that's what the negative 45 million is all about. So it's an addition to. So this is really just basically the tip of the iceberg of saying, yeah, we're telling the federal government we're in compliance with what you require, but us internally, locally, we're not really setting aside the dollars that we need to be set aside for that future liability. Is it going to happen tomorrow? Is it going to happen the following year? Probably not. But I think we've got to start making headway on be prepared for that. And really, I think it was a big step in terms of what the city did, in terms really, or what you as mayor and council did in terms of really approving the reclamation of the Congress nearby landfill. So that was a big plus. You took those two landfills out of commission, and now, so there's an investment that was made. And so we just, the city needs to continue with that approach so that way we can reduce the liability down the road.
Right. And I know you're explaining this to ESAC, and when we get into this conversation about rates, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And the public needs to understand that.
Yes. I did not see, when we had this conversation in September of last year, mayor and council gave direction to put together an educational campaign for the community. And we've talked about it before: reduce, reuse, recycle. The way people think about environmental services in our recycling program needs to be repositioned and revisioned, because it's not about just recycling everything. So the educational component, Tucson Water has a very similar program that they fund at $2 million a year, which is an educational component. And it's taken a lot of investment and many years for customers of Tucson Water to reduce their waste. And so because of all that investment in terms of education, we, the citizens of Tucson and the water users of Tucson Water are the residents in the entire state that use the least gallons per person in the entire state. So I don't see any information here on your educational and then revisioning your recycling campaign. I would like for us to think outside the box and the potential partnerships that we have with glass usage, with plastic recycling and usage. How can we partner with the University of Arizona and use some of the resources that we have there to re-envision our recycling program. So I think that we do deserve, this conversation does deserve more time for us to continue this discussion. I think the presentation is great. I have a few questions about what you've allotted to the landfill closure and post-closure, which is $11.9 million, but the liability is greater. So let's continue the conversation. I think allow for additional questions to come. If you want to, we can even have it extend this conversation to the 19th of February, so we can continue giving direction on where we go with environmental services.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Is that good? Okay. Alrighty then, because of limited amount of time, we will continue this discussion for February 19th, and then we are moving on to item 9. Are there any state and national legislation and regional committee issues for discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Really appreciate it.
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I know we're a bit short of time today. I provided some answers to questions from Councilmember Fimbres yesterday related to some federal issues. I'm happy to answer questions about those if you like. Do want to congratulate the city on winning a $221,000 grant that will actually go to Suntran. that will help develop strategies for reducing crime at transit centers, especially related to issues of human trafficking. So congratulations to the city for that. There's also some other information there about grants, PFAS, and some other issues that we're dealing with at the federal level, including postal reform. With that, I also have some bills for mayor and council consideration today. You should know that today, as of about an hour ago, we're now up to 1,462 bills at the legislature. This is already over 100 more than last entire session, and the deadline for new bills is February 10th. So we're seeing a record number of bills this year, again, IGR continues to follow the bills, go through all of them, analyze them, get information on them, and then bring bills that we know are of top importance to mayor and council for your consideration. So in front of you today is about 20 bills, a lot less than last week, but these are bills that I've provided for you with information as well as recommendations on support or oppose and why. I've worked closely with TPD and TFD and other city departments on some of these, and again, I'm happy to answer any questions. Look forward to those questions, and of course a recommendation to support those recommendations or change them as you see fit.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we oppose the recommended bills that Mr. Greenhill and his staff proposed, and I would support the ones that we have, especially the one where the governor is moving on the census for funding and the postal center. So that's my motion.
So there's a motion to take the recommended position by Intergovernmental Relations Office. Is there a second?
Steve.
Oh, okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it,
Thank you,
Andrew.
Mayor.
Item 9, are there, no, we just did item 9. Item 10, does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? None? Then we move on to item 11. Does anyone have items for future agendas? None? So study session is adjourned. The regular session begins in 10 minutes, so that would be 5:40. Alrighty, we have 10-minute break. Thank you. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Durham.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres. Here. Mr. Kozaczek. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Ashley Evans from 22nd Street Baptist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you join me in prayer?
Heavenly Father, thank you so much that we live in a country where we get to decide things through elections, through council meetings, where we have the freedom that we have. I give you thanks for that. Lord, I pray for wisdom for our mayor and city council members. I pray that they would make decisions, some that are easy, some that are not so easy, but they would act with wisdom and they would act in the best interest of our city and those that will be affected by it. Lord, please continue to bless us. Let this city be a place where people can find love, peace, and hope. And Lord, let us lead with love as we go from this place tonight. In Christ's name we pray these things. Amen.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to proclaim February 14th to be the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters. Francesca Pardes is here to accept the proclamation. Please come forward.
Actually, I am Vivian Hart. I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson, and this is Kathy Eros, our president-elect. I would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. The League of Women Voters is very pleased to accept this.
Well, that's and I'm very pleased to proclaim February 14, 2020 to be the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson as part of the National League of Women Voters, where they will celebrate its 100th anniversary. The League of Women Voters, having been founded just 6 months before the 19th Amendment, gave women the right to vote after a 72-year history of struggle. So, whereas from its inception, the League of Women Voters has been a nonpartisan grassroots organization whose leaders believe that citizens should play a critical role in advocacy. And whereas the League of Women Voters seeks to improve our government and support informed and active civic engagement in the democratic process, knowing that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people cannot function without the active participation of its citizenry. And whereas the League is fully committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in principle and in practice to ensure that elections are free, fair, and accessible, and believes that all eligible voters should have equal opportunity to exercise their fundamental right to vote. And whereas the League of Women Voters encourages all eligible Tucsonans to register to vote and to help their family, friends, and neighbors to register by October 5th in order to be able to vote November 3rd in the general election. And whereas the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson encourages media and social media outlets to work together to educate Tucsonans about how to register, sign up for election reminders, check their registration online, get vote-by-mail ballots, learn about early voting and how to sign up for the permanent early voting list, and access the Pima County Recorder's Office to get the most up-to-date voter registration and election information. And whereas the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson assists in these efforts by sponsoring public voter education programs, disseminating informational voter materials, making members available to speak at programs sponsored by other organizations, and providing ongoing voter registration opportunities for the City of Tucson residents. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim February 14, 2020 to be the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed to in this 10th day of December 2019. It's actually the 4th day of February 2020. So it is my great pleasure to proclaim the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters. Thank you so much for all of your work.
I would like the League members to stand up, please. And Mayor Romero, I would like to especially thank you because you have been involved in our Running and Winning program from its inception 16 years ago. You helped plan it for Sunnyside High School. And that's right. And you've been coming ever since as an elected official too. And this is a program that helps senior and junior girls know what it's like for elected women to run for office and be in office. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I would like to invite everyone to our party, our 100th year party on February 14th at 800 North Swan Road. Please come.
Thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. Report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 31, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
I make a motion to approve the appointment.
Alrighty, there is a motion and a second. Is Mr. or Ms. Lopez present? I would like to thank you for your willingness to serve in the city of Tucson. There she is. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lilia Lopez. Thank you so much for serving in our Environmental Services Advisory Committee. We really appreciate your service to the community. So is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? So motion passes 7-0. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? So there's none. Item 3.
Mayor and Council report summary of current events.
The City Manager's communication number 24, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to thank the Military Order of World Wars for hosting me as their guest this past week. We had a lively discussion about the city, and I lobbied them to consider having the Military Order of World Wars host their national convention in Tucson like they did, Pat. The last time they did that was in 1987. It's interesting to know that as of this year, there's less than 10,000 World War II veterans in Arizona. There's less than 350,000 of them left nationwide. And so if you do know somebody who served in the last World War, World War II, most of them are past 90 or approaching 95, 100 years old. So please take that opportunity to see them and meet with them. And it was a very good discussion, and I really want to thank the MOWW for hosting.
Councilmember Durham?
The Award 3 Council Office will be hosting United Way of Southern Arizona's Volunteer Income Tax Assistance, VITA, program this year. VITA provides a free quality tax preparation from IRS certified preparers to individuals and families earning up to $66,000 annually. You can come to the office on any Saturday, February 1st to April 11th, and from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And I encourage you to come early because they often accept more than they have time to fill. This service is first come, first served. The Ward 3 Council office is located at 1510 East Grant Road.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
I just wanted to take this opportunity to invite the public to the Ward 1's open house so that you can join our staff for music, food, and a great time. We're asking if folks are able to bring a gently used book for our community library and a plant for the community space. And that'll be Sunday, February 16th from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. We're going to have a block party out in front of the office. Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Wednesday, January 29th, Mayor Regina Romero, Councilmember Paul Durham, City Manager Mike Ortega, Deputy City Manager Albert Elias joined me in the dedication of the new landfill cell at Los Reales Landfill, operated by the Tucson Environmental and General Services Division. Special thanks goes to Carlos de la Torre and his fine staff. This cell can hold 350 million pounds of trash and will last up to 5 to 6 years. EGSD uses the latest technology to dispose of the waste in an environmentally sustainable way. The project was funded through EGSD pay-as-you-go effort for $3.2 million. On Thursday, January 30th, I had the privilege of touring Modular Mining's new Customer Experience Center and taking part in the ribbon cutting for Modular Mining's latest expansion. Modular Mining sells mining equipment all over the world. 6 years ago, I helped Modular Mining with its first expansion when they had 220 employees. This latest expansion brings the number of employees to 350. Congratulations to Greg and Jorge from the Modular Mining leadership and staff on their latest success. Modular Mining started as a small 3-person business in Tucson and has now been growing for more than 40 years, and I hope Modular Mining has much more success over the next 40 years and longer. On Saturday, February 1st, I had the privilege of hosting the American Legion Women's Auxiliary Department of Arizona's meeting at the Ward 5 Council office. As a retired U.S. Army veteran and American Legion member, it was an honor to speak to those at the meeting and to thank them for their work and in our community. I want to congratulate our city manager, Michael Ortega, who has recently received the John J. Debolsky Professional Excellence Award from the Arizona City County Management Association. This award was created in 1997 to recognize city county managers who demonstrate the highest level of professional excellence in local government and who have made life contributions to serving this profession. This award is the highest honor that ACMA may bestow upon a member. The namesake of this award, Jack Debolsky, was the executive director of the League of Arizona Cities and Towns for 40 years. This award recognizes Mr. Ortega's strong leadership, professional network, mentoring, and integrity he brings to the job. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Ortega. Thank you. Good job, Mike. The 95th Fiesta de los Vaqueros Rodeo Parade will take place on Thursday, February 20, starting at 9 a.m., with the parade route going again being in Ward 5. Members of the greatest generation, Tucsonans who served this nation during World War II, Don Sloan, Red Hollander, Walter Ram, Mike Ludi, Gwen Nemi, Gilbert Rodriguez, Denzel Klaus, Arnelia Corrigon, Tom Rankin, and Ken Eckel are this year's Rodeo Parade Grand Marshals. Congratulations and thank you all for your service to our country. For more information on the parade, you can go online to TucsonRodeoParade.org. And a sad note, Tucson lost a good man and community leader with the passing of Gene Ackerley on Thursday, January 30th. Gene was an advertising pioneer and founded Ackerley Advertising in 1968. Gene and his family were strong supporters of the Tucson, Arizona Boys Corps. Thank you. And may he be blessed. Rest in peace. Thank you.
Any others? Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 25, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, first of all, thank you, Mr. Fimbres. I appreciate that. Second, wanted to let you know I sent you a note on the Ronstadt Transportation Center, and that has been approved by FTA. So we're very excited about that moving forward. You know how many years we've been working on that. So you'll see that coming to you shortly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That's great news. Item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from city manager.
City Manager's communication number 26, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 3 requests for new license, 1 request for person transfer. Under item 5C, we have 3 requests for special events. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. However, items 5B 1 through 3 have written arguments filed in opposition, so those items will be considered separately. An appropriate motion would be to forward item 5B 4 and C 1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
Is it me?
Anyone?
I'll move the, yeah.
So there's a motion to move in a second the items on the liquor license agenda with the new licenses B1, 2, 3 to be considered separately. So is there any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We have items to be considered separately. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. Items 5B 1, 2, and 3 are all under the same applicant. They're all located in Ward 1. They're the Family Dollar Store, 26302, 24543, and 26053.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, what's your pleasure?
We have 2 requests to address the mayor and council on this specific issue, so I wanted to call to the stand Jamal Givens.
Do I have a certain amount of time?
No, you have a...
I'm going to take all 30 minutes.
No 30 minutes, but you do have 2.
Hello, my name is Jamal Givens. I'm with LPKNC, which we've been in the community over 20 years. We were 2 coalitions that combined to become one. We used to be in Liberty Partnership area on the south side, and then also in the Keno area, which was a Keno Weed and Seed Coalition. And for years, over the last 20 years, we've been combating substance use and misuse within our community. And alcohol tends and continues to be the #1 struggle for young people in America. To say that Tucson is the same also. One of the things that I want to share with the council that I think we need to be careful of is allowing more liquor outlets within our communities, especially on the south side. When I look at the urban stress report from 2012 that this council did, and I look at the numbers, you know, the communities on the south side happen to be a lot higher than the other ones in other areas. And substance use and misuse happens to be one of the things that can contribute to some of those things. And when we look at slow creep, I really like the council to consider just being cautious of allowing a lot more new liquor licenses, especially in our communities. I live, work, and play on the south side. I happen to live on Cardinal and Valencia, so I'm not within the city limits, but that's my home. I've lived there for the last 15 years since I've come to Tucson after graduating from the U of A. But what I find interesting, and I want to share with you all to consider and think about, and I'll conclude with this, is that, you know, a lot of new establishments come into our community that are offering something positive. Normally Family Dollars, you know, Consolidated, other theaters, entertainment places, Dave & Buster's, Harkins. And then it's really interesting to me, if you really look at that, they're within our communities for 2 or 3 years or 5 years, and then they all want to start serving alcohol. And they're coming here for a good reason, yes, but then after that, they're asking for alcohol. And then everybody rests upon the notion that, well, in order for us to have more business, to increase our revenue, we need to sell alcohol. That just, I understand that businesses need to make money, but when you're looking at the negative consequences or the unintended consequences, because we're unaware of those consequences, it adds undue hardship on our community in general. So I just like to ask that we deny Family Dollar, because it's not, we do not need another liquor license, especially a new one in our community. And so that's my request and ask of the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. The next request is from Yolanda Herrera, if she could.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the staff, and members of the audience. My name is Yolanda Herrera, lifelong Tucsonan. My family came over from Spain in the 1850s, so this is truly my home, and for generations, not only my generation, but my sons and my granddaughters. I'm here to request that, number one, I do represent the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association and the Southside Neighborhood Association's presidential partnership. I've been coming before this body almost as long as some of you have been alive. In another life, I probably would have been retired. I've been volunteering now for 28 years, and I'm only 29.
I was going to say that's about the time I've been alive, 28 years.
I echo what Jamal is stating as far as not allowing more additional new liquor licenses, especially on the south side. The Southside Neighborhood Association's presidential partnership has been coming before you for 21 years. What we do is we try to curb the amount of new liquor establishments on the south side. As Jamal mentioned, we did some research on the stress maps of each and every ward, and Ward 1 and 5 are the most stressed. So it benefits the community and our first responders not to have more alcohol establishments. I could send you this 100-page report if you like, but I think the majority of you know what your own wards are like and how stressed they are. The Dollar Generals, I just looked it up on my phone, there's at least 20 family dollars around our community, and most of them are on the south side and the west side. If we allow them to sell alcohol, it won't be long before the 99-cent stores, Dollar Generals, and everybody else that is under that umbrella wants to sell alcohol. So with that, I request that this body deny the $3 generals or family dollars that you have on your agenda, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Do we have a representative from the applicant in the audience?
Can you come forward, please? Just state your name and who you represent for the record.
Yes, my name is Yadira Nunez, and I represent Family Dollar.
Do you want to repeat that on the?
Yes, my name is Yadira Nunez, and I represent Family Dollar.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you have a question?
Yeah. Have you met with neighbors in this application process to address some of their concerns?
Like neighbors around the neighborhood?
Like the neighborhood associations or neighborhood groups?
No. So we're not in the business to, sell liquor. Well, our purpose is to just make it more convenient for our customers. We've taken courses. All our associates will be taking courses. These stores have been remodeled, and there's cameras within view. We're just gonna have 3 doors of alcohol, 1 wine and 2 alcohol. So we're just trying to make it more convenient for our customers.
Okay. Thank you. All right, is that it? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate.
So I want to recognize the work that SNAP has dedicated themselves to over the last 20 years in an effort to reduce liquor licenses, specifically in the South Side, as we have an oversaturation of places to purchase liquor, and like the research that Yolanda just stated about the stress maps and not continuing to add to that issue. So I want to move that we forward a recommendation of denial to the State Liquor Board with the concerns of oversaturation, public safety, and in the interest of protecting the public.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Your Honor, just for the record, since this will be going to the state, that was a denial for each one of the 3 individual liquor license items. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the council? Our first speaker will be Ron Spark.
Mayor Romero, council members, Mr. Ortega, congratulations again. Dr. Ron Spark, I live at 100 Calle Encanto. I've lived there since 1975. The Arts Foundation of Tucson and Southern Arizona formed an advocacy group to promote public art repair, maintenance, and restoration. And I'm a member of that group, and I want to thank you. The City of Tucson has developed a line item to address this issue. A consultant evaluated 170 pieces of public art that's either on your right-of-way, that is TDOT, or in your parks, 7 of which are in terrible or very distressed condition and need attention. So I want to thank you for stepping forward and doing this, specifically Director Alarcon, Councilmember Durham and Cunningham, and Mr. Ortega. I think this is a step in the right direction. The reason I'm really here tonight is to modify an existing ordinance, a building ordinance that hasn't been enforced, that asks that a public building, 1% of its budget, be put forward to public art. And I want to have you extend that to private development of buildings that are over $1 million. I'm from Philadelphia, and we've had such an ordinance since 1960, and it has had tremendous impact. Our advocacy group has talked with Rio Nuevo, and they say we're very supportive, but the mayor and council has to give us an ordinance so we can go to developers who come before us and ask them to do this. So what would be the impact of having such an ordinance? I think you all agree that the recent structures that we have erected in the city of Tucson are frankly very ugly. They could be anywhere USA, glass boxes, and they have no sense of place. They have no sense of Tucson. Think of what a mural, a sculpture, a plaza, a fountain might do to a building. Public art would enhance and brand the building. It would make it probably unique for the developer and maybe even financially advantageous. It would also promote our arts economy. We have an arts economy that's yearning to expand what it can do. So I'm going to ask you to have staff look at this ordinance and see what we can do for buildings over $1 million, 1% of the budget, and I thank you in advance.
Thank you, Dr. Spark. Camille Kirschner. Oh, I think you put, oh, okay, there it is. Sorry about that, thank you. Allison Solomon, representing Metropolitan Pima Alliance. Your item 8-2, oh. Mr. Clerk, you're not doing your job tonight. Robert Royce.
Good evening. This is my 270th City Council presentation. Not that I've accomplished anything. Thank you for your Operation Stone Garden decision. The Pima County voted down this most recent Stone Garden grant this morning. I made a case 2 weeks ago that we should reject the Stone Garden because it's just an extension of a horribly, terribly failed drug war. I mean, I was sitting eating dinner in Morelia, Michoacan in 2005. The country had the lowest murder rate per capita in its history. And here we are in 2020, and they've just had the highest murder rate in their history. 35,000 people have gone from a little over 5,000, sevenfold increase, all financed by Planned Merida money. So I was sitting there in Morelia on one of the most peaceful days in the country's history, watching those brand new Planned Merida trucks scurrying around, and all I could think of is trouble, trouble, trouble. So I'm all for ending the drug war. I hope that's what is happening here. I'm running for Pima County supervisor on a tax reform package that will benefit the city of Tucson. I'm not going to go into all the details right now because I've done it 3 times before, just to be ignored. But my plan calls for tax abatement for the city of Tucson, some of which can be used for police. I would like to make the case that the tax abatements that my plan will give to Tucson citizens, part of it should be used to build a first-class police force. Right now we have an underfunded, understaffed police force, underpaid. And we need to do something about it, and I'm the only one that's got a plan. But for me to go to the citizens of the city and ask them to finance a first-class police force, I need to know that this money's not going to be used to arrest people for pot. There's 60,000 pot smokers in this town. Almost 30,000 of them have a legal license, and for me to sell a police reform, a first-class police program to these voters, I need to get a clear signal from you that the drug war is over and the money's not going to be used to just arrest a bunch of people for pot. We need to deal with the burglary issue, which is costing us 30% on our insurance rates for our homes. We need to, I mean, a child was just shot in the head. We need a better first-class police force. My plan is the only plan for financing that, but I need a clear signal from you all that the drug war is over for me to sell it to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Colette Altifer, representing self.
Yeah. Why don't you hire him as an aide?
Good evening. I'm Colette Altifer, and I'm a native Tucsonan. Having watched today's study session, I have a few comments. Number 1, the incorrect trimming of trees is not the only problem you have. You never mentioned the use of herbicides when you discussed your green stormwater infrastructure. The complete destruction of the understory is also a problem that needs to be addressed. Number 2, you have lost your institutional memory. I worked on the RCP and the FLD. These were never intended to allow for greater density. They were intended as trade-offs. The developer would preserve the mesquite bosque or an established stand of trees in exchange for placing their homes closer together. Instead, your staff is now interpreting the FLD as a scorched earth policy. Number 3, you obsess with density, but you have no idea what that does. Several years ago, a development was constructed in my neighborhood on a 3-acre parcel. We probably lost nearly 100 trees. Some of those were towering pine trees whose girth was so large I couldn't even begin to wrap my arms around their trunks. If we are lucky, we may have gotten 50 trees in their place. This development was constructed under standard R2 zoning. The increase in heat is substantial. It is so hot, in fact, that some of the new residents have already installed water misting systems on their porches just so they can utilize their postage stamp-sized yards. You will never get a balanced perspective or benefit from learning the institutional memory if you refuse to meet with ordinary citizens. You will never get innovative approaches if you have already agreed to vote in lockstep with each other. The challenges we face require courage and willingness to think outside of the box. The long-term viability of this community and our very lives depends on you breaking out of the business as usual mold. The question remains, are you up to the task? Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Schaefer.
I'm Suzanne Schaefer. Thank you for hearing me. I'm encouraged, relieved to hear that climate action is at the top of your priority list, Mayor Romero, and I'm cautiously excited about the Move Tucson launch event tomorrow. But when I hear about climate action, I don't hear enough about transportation. And when I hear about transportation, I don't hear enough about reducing driving, even though transportation is now the largest source of greenhouse gases in the United States. And even though in the Tucson area from 1990 to 2017, total emissions from driving went up 87%, and per person emissions rose 23%. Every advance in fuel economy gets wiped out by more driving, bigger cars, and sabotage of federal regulations. Everyone agrees electric vehicles are good, but the IPCC projections show that the U.S. has to electrify its fleet and significantly reduce driving by 2030. There's a lot we don't know, but we do know that it's getting hotter, and we know that more people are moving to urban and suburban areas. So it's critical for cities to be places where driving is not a necessity. More people moving around on more roads in more single occupancy vehicles, no matter what kind of fuel they use, is not going to work. The surest way to increase road capacity is to decrease the mode share for cars. So with respect to our new master mobility plan, how will it be different from what has come before? And how is it going to lead to change at the pace we need? What I'm hearing about is balance and making things better for all modes. But after 7 decades of building our entire environment in ways that facilitate, privilege, and require car transportation, we're going to have to use our resources in some ways that are going to look very unbalanced. We have to transform the way people get around this town, and we have to find the ways to do it quickly. And this can trigger fear in people who rely on cars every day. It can present great difficulty for elected officials who have to serve their whole constituencies. But even leaving aside the fact that reducing car use reduces all kinds of other harms and expenses, I say that you have a mandate. We used to think that once enough people understood the dangers of global warming, and once the evidence was overwhelming and the effects were upon us, climate action would no longer be a partisan issue. But it's now clear that climate denial will persist, literally come hell or high water. And so real action is going to face opposition. And in my estimation, a majority of you were elected because voters believe that you get it and that you care. And so we expect you to be bold, and we need you to fight. And, you know, it often seems pragmatic to say, let's focus on what we can do immediately, given the structures and systems in place. But I believe that in the face of what we now face, the truly pragmatic approach is to turn that around and say, given what we must do, how can we adapt our current systems to allow for action and real progress? Thanks.
Thank you. Michael Cajero.
Hello, my name is Michael Cajero, and I think the last speaker was very correct in what she said. I think the policy of the city has been one of infill, I think that's the term, and sustainability. Those are linked together. And I live in Ward 6 near the university. So I'm being inundated by the University of Arizona. They're taking over my district, you know, and I ask again, how many parking towers are there on the University of Arizona on the campus? I mean, doesn't the university really contribute a lot to the the fumes and the greenhouse gases and the global warming. I think it's the university that is driving this, a lot, and in my neighborhood. And they want to build another parking tower over at the Benedictine Monastery. And recently, most of you voted to widen Broadway, right? And that means, guess what? More automobiles, more cars. And I went down to one meeting and the engineer told me, well, I don't really think of that issue. It's not really an issue that I think about, I said, well, why don't you? And he was very flippant. I didn't get a chance to speak with the people from Rio Nuevo, but I did understand that they have bought up some land on Broadway. And you know what they're going to do with that? They're going to build a parking tower, a big one. And I think most of you voted to build more towers downtown with connecting parking towers. So that means more greenhouse gases, more fumes. And, I look at the university as a closed infill system. That's the perfect infill that you're promoting. The problem is that as a student and a faculty member and a worker on campus, I wouldn't want to live in that campus. I mean, can you imagine breathing all the fumes, all the junk on the campus? Just going near the campus is sickening. And you smell the fumes? God, that place is a mess. It's a mess. You don't want to live there. You don't want to have your children go there. The university has got to stop growing. It's not simple. Do the Buddhist way. Take the middle path. That's what the Buddhists would say. Take the middle path. Instead of building 2 towers, build 1. Just drive less and build fewer towers. And stop widening the road, stop catering to the automobile and what it represents. Because that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Calabrese. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Cajero. You are right. It is my fault, Mr. Clerk. I'll call Jeffrey Calabrese to the podium.
Hey, good evening. I'm Jeffrey Calabrese, and I'm a resident, and I represent myself, and that's all. It's been a pleasure. I'm grateful to have brisked the 40-degree weather and traffic, which was about a good quarter mile from Campbell Straightway to Park. Anyway, when other people speak my issues, it's so nice I don't have to. You all do it in such a more gentle and rational, linear way. I'm sanguine. And I want to give a shout out to the South Side. I live on 29th and Columbus. And I came to talk about the GSI. And when I read the New Yorker opinion pieces or New York Times or National Review or the Tucson Weekly, I was a journalism student before I became a registered nurse. And a good writer sums up in the last paragraph. And so I just said 51 pages, bloody hell. So I just went, I controlled F and went to conclusion, and then I went there and I said, my God, that is absolutely meaningless. And then I found the budget, and so I thought if I looked in the Merriam-Webster dictionary for the definition of $3 million, it would be that conclusion paragraph. And the word Byzantine, yeah, that would be another word I'd use with $3 million budget. And the word labyrinth. You people wrote that, whoever wrote it to make it impossible to understand. And that's ridiculous. That could have been 2 paragraphs. I'm a wordsmith, I'm a journalism student, I love reading the New Yorker, 10,000 word pieces. And so reading 51 pages, I'm like, oh, this is tripe. And maps, and I just wanted to say, I don't even understand why there has to be an initiative and a budget. Oh, and by the way, with aggression against climate change, Mayor, you still have yet to hire somebody, which is ridiculous. And carbon capture and storage or sequestration has yet to be mentioned, and that's the most aggressive. Anyway, I was just floored by why the arroyos of Tanque Verde, Pantano, Rito, and Santa Cruz, and then the one up in Oro Valley, and God knows where else. Why isn't that enough? I mean, Mother Nature created that. I don't know why you need 3 million. What's your carbon footprint to do whatever it is you think you're going to do with 3 million, other than have another city officials do blather 51 pages and do their carbon footprint getting here, parking in a tower, eating out. And I think if you want to do a good carbon tax, do Uber, do anything that's fast food, ridiculousness, and make Suntran free. But anyway, $3 million, the definition is your conclusion, whoever wrote that. What tripe. I am offended as an intelligent person.
Thank you. Trevor Hare, representing Watershed Management Group.
Do you want me to speak now or during the Green Storm?
Yeah, right now would be the time because the item is a consent agenda, so right now would be the appropriate time.
Thank you. I'm Trevor Hare. I live in the city here. I work for Watershed Management Group. I'm the Director of Restoration there. I read the report. I thought they did a fine job on making it accessible and readable to the general public, tied it back to other mandates in the city. So we are in full support for the green stormwater infrastructure, and I'll tell you why. Watershed Management Group has a 50-year vision of seeing a return of the heritage of flowing rivers and creeks in Tucson. Yes, the rivers and creeks in Tucson used to flow year-round. And green stormwater infrastructure is one small tool that we can use to get there, to infiltrate more water into the ground, bring up our water levels in our severely depleted aquifers. With this $3 million infusion, we can make that a big tool, and we can do a lot more of this work that's really important. Right now, we're doing work in underserved communities in the Drexel Heights area and in flowing wells with Pima County Community Development Block Grant. We've been talking to Allison Miller with the city about the Thrive and the O5 and start using CDBG money to do green stormwater infrastructure in the city and underserved communities. We love doing that work. We're also working with the county flood control district on doing green stormwater infrastructure along the loop and in floodplain areas of our major floodways. And just recently, we entered into discussions with Tucson Parks and Rec on training their crews on the proper maintenance, tree trimming of green stormwater infrastructure. So it's all just coming together beautifully, and we totally support this. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last card for our call to the audience. Thank you all for participating. Item 7, Mr. Clerk.
Consent agenda items A through G.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is boards, committees, and commissions, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 10A, relating to membership of the Park Tucson Commission. Item C is finance approval of revised comprehensive financial policies. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item D is the final plat S19067 U-Haul at Broadway and Camino Seco, lots 1 through 3. Item E is adopt the updated Pima County Retention and Detention Manual with some modifications to direct drainage design details for the new development within the city of Tucson. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item F is Tucson Code amending Chapter 27, approval of a green stormwater infrastructure fund and fee. Item G is a financial participation agreement with Tucson Clean and Beautiful for fiscal year 2020. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion?
I'd move the items on the consent agenda.
So there is a motion and a second. Roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
The items on consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, development impact fee land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plans for streets, parks, and recreation, police, and fire. Report from city manager. Hearing.
City Manager's communication number 30, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plan for the update of the city's parks and recreation facilities, police facilities, fire facilities, and street facilities development impact fees in compliance with Arizona revised statute. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, whether or not you are a paid speaker. What we will be doing first is we will have a presentation by Planning and Development Services to Mayor and Council and the public in attendance. Elise?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. We've met previously a few times during study session. It's great to be here for our public hearing. So tonight's discussion is going to be pretty brief on my end because we obviously want to give time to the public to give their feedback. First, we're going to give a brief overview of impact fees. We're going to talk about the draft report, which is before you in your council materials, including the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plans, which is the subject of this public hearing tonight. We will also discuss some recommended changes, the fee schedule, which is not part of this public hearing, but we will end up discussing it anyway. And then we'll also talk about schedule and next steps. We are seeking direction from the mayor and council regarding staff recommended changes, which are in your council materials this evening, and direction on whether to return for an adoption hearing in March. So as a reminder, impact fees per state statute have to go through a two-phase approach. The first is the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plans, which is basically how much are you going to grow over the next 10 years and what infrastructure are you going to build to support that growth. That comes first with a public hearing and then subsequent adoption. The second phase is the actual fee report. That must go through another public hearing and adoption. If we proceed according to the schedule outlined in the presentation, we would conclude sometime in June, with the earliest that fees could go into effect late August. It could be longer than that, depending on how things proceed from here. So quickly, as an overview on the context of impact fees, we have a current impact fee schedule in place, which has been in effect since December of 2014. At that time, Mayor and Council adopted a phase-in rate, which gave some reductions to land uses as we were still in recovery mode from the recession. That phase-in rate was subsequently extended by Mayor and Council over the years, and it still is in effect today. We have been working with stakeholders for almost 2 years. Actually started the process almost 2 years ago and been working with stakeholders for about a year to work on this update process. So we've had the word out with the development community about this update. We've held 6 formal stakeholder meetings. We've come to Mayor and Council for 5 study sessions. And we've heard from roughly 25 to 30 stakeholders representing some membership organizations as well. As a note, because I know this will come up later regarding when fees go into effect and what that means for the development community, there is a time period of at least 75 days after adoption before fees can go into effect. So there is a little bit of lead time there. And then potentially also we'd like you to keep in mind that our code does allow a development to lock in their fees for a 2-year period if they have it approved before the new effective date of fees. So we have some fair warning and some fair process that's been going on with impact fees up to this point. I'm going to turn the time over to our consultant, Carson Bice from Tischler Bice, to give an overview of impact fees and discuss some of the statutory compliance with the impact fee process.
Thank you, Elisa. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. I'm Carson Bice with Tischler Bice. We're a firm that specializes in impact fees and economic impact analysis. In fact, we've done 28 different communities impact fee studies under the current Arizona Impact Fee Act. They are regulated through state law, and as Elisa mentioned, your city code also has provisions for impact fees as well. One of the changes that occurred in 2012 when the current Arizona Development Fee Act went into effect was there is a requirement that you revisit the study and update the fees every 5 years. As Elisa touched on, when the act was adopted in 2012, it moved the act into requiring 3 different documents. Although you're seeing all 3 integrated into one work product, tonight we are focusing on the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plan. You will see draft impact fees as part of this package because we have found out that through experience that it's very difficult for elected officials to make decisions on the IIP if you don't know what it means for the individual impact fee categories in terms of the amount being assessed. So impact fees are a funding mechanism for new growth. We have to basically meet three legs of a legal test. One is nexus, so we're going to show through the study that there is a need generated by new development for growth-related infrastructure. We need to show benefit. We show benefit two ways. One is through the establishment of geographic service areas. The other way we show benefit is through the timing of expenditures. And the third thing we need to show is proportionality, and that's why you just don't see a one-size-fits-all residential fee and a one-size-fits-all non-residential fee. For the residential fee categories, we varied it by size of house. For the non-residential categories, it's for different non-residential uses because they all have different indicators of demand. Another thing we have to worry about with proportionality is equal protection, which means that we have to treat all land uses equally. So, for instance, we just couldn't, as a community, adopt 100% of the maximum fee amounts for residential development and only adopt it 50% for the non-residential, or discriminate against different land uses within, for instance, the non-residential category itself. Reducing for retail but charging 100% for the other land use categories. It's also important to note that that impact fees are actually a land use regulation. They're basically designed to offset the new growth's impact on additional capital facilities, and it's important to note that we can't use the development fees for operations or maintenance of equipment. So why do we have impact fees? The reasons are myriad. One is as funding sources have dried up from the state and federal government, and there's a resistance to tax increases. Obviously, impact fees can go a long way for a community in terms of maintaining current levels of service. As I mentioned earlier, they are designed to offset or mitigate that one-time impact from new development. Impact fees are limited to, or we have to account for them in individual fee accounts. They have to be based on current levels of service in your community. We can't use development impact fees to correct existing deficiencies that we may assume that we have within the system itself. In terms of the land use assumptions, the Arizona revised statute basically states that the land use assumptions contain a projection of the change in land uses, the densities, intensities, and population for a specified service area for a period of at least 10 years pursuant to the general plan. Now, the methodology we used for the city of Tucson is based on an examination of past and present building trends, as well as regional growth projections. And to summarize the land use assumptions, we are projecting that over the next 10 years, an additional 27,000 people within the city of Tucson. That equates to about 13,000 additional housing units. We're also projecting 23,000 new jobs, and that equates to about 17 million square feet of non-residential floor area. And in terms of the infrastructure improvement plan, or you'll also hear the term IIP throughout today's presentation, the ARS requirement is an adopted IIP is required as part of the city's impact fee program. Now, in terms of the report itself, the land use assumptions inform the development of that IIP through the anticipated demand based on your current levels of service. We do the draft IIP based on related to specific growth-related projects with the ability to add projects in compliance with state statutes. The way we develop the impact fee methodology for the infrastructure improvement plan, the methodology is designed for maximum flexibility and responsiveness so that the city isn't locked into particular projects and has the ability to respond to the market over the next 10 years, as well as respond to any changing funding arrangements that we may have for particular infrastructure categories. And finally, for the IIP, for parks, the different components are the strategic master plan, the cost of the actual development fee study update, the acquisition of additional parkland, the amenities or improvements that we see on the parks, whether that's ball fields, tennis courts, basketball courts, et cetera, as well as recreation center facilities. In terms of the police IIP, that includes bricks and mortar facility space, as well as eligible vehicles and equipment. For the fire IIP, that also includes bricks and mortar, station space, vehicles, and equipment. And then with streets, it includes additional arterial lane miles, and we would note that there are some corrections and additions needed due to feedback from the Transportation Department that will be incorporated in the next draft of the IIP.
Thank you, Carson. So I just want to briefly overview the materials that are in the council packet tonight and run through those. I do want to call out that we have had stakeholder involvement throughout this process over the last year. I'm sure a few of them will come up and speak at the public hearing tonight and give you an overview of that process. We do want to assure the council, the mayor and council, that we will continue discussions with stakeholders as needed to resolve any outstanding issues. So in the materials sent to the mayor and council, there are 5 staff recommended changes. I'm not going to go through those in much detail, but I do just want to briefly outline them. The first of which is to bring our report into compliance with state statute. Arizona state statute is very specific on what parks amenities you can determine your fees off of and what you can spend fees on. We think we need to just update some material in our report to remove the 4 items on the screen. Again, that's a compliance issue that we're recommending that change. The second change has to do with the residential fee schedule. We'd discussed this with each one of you previously. We had a 250 square foot increment on the residential fee schedule, meaning the bigger you get in every 250 square feet, the fee goes up. We're recommending to make that instead a 500 square foot increment. We think it'll be easier to manage for both staff and also for the development community. What that effectively does is we've averaged the 2 fees previously for those 2 categories that are now part of that increment. This fee schedule, if you did make both of the recommended changes in number 1 and number 2, the green column would be the total proposed fee. I do have a comparison to the phase-in rates and to the adopted fee schedule, which the full rates, which never went into effect. But the takeaway I want you to get from this is that we're not seeing dramatic fee increases on the residential side. You're kind of seeing a sliding scale as we get larger, and that's the approach that we wanted to take with this report. On the non-residential side, if you implemented our recommended change number 1, which was again a compliance issue, these would be the proposed fees in the green column. We will, at your direction, make these changes to the draft report if warranted, and we'll have full information available in the next version of the report. The third recommended change by staff is to clarify language in the draft report regarding the mixed use incentive. We've discussed this at study session previously. The high-level outline of that is basically if you have a development that reduces the demand on the street system, you can get a reduction in your streets impact fees. You have to meet very specific criteria, which we've outlined for you as well. The 3 categories for the criteria have to do with transit access, residential proximity, and multimodal options, trying to promote development in the city that really reduces the demand on the streets and creates a more walkable environment for our residents. The last 2 recommended changes have to do with clarifications and cleanup. Number 4 has to do with adding additional language in the draft report involving ways that fees can get reduced. These are all things that exist now with the exception of the mixed use incentive. There are options for development agreements or other things that allow for a reduction or an offset in some of the fees. Additionally, a simple example of that would be a demolition credit. If you have a boarded up residential property that has a single family home on it, for instance, and somebody wants to come in and demolish that and rebuild on the property and put a duplex there, they get a credit for the 1 unit that was there previously. So we're going to clarify some language in there. And then the other clarification is regarding our capital improvement program and the relationship to impact fees and how impact fees are a single funding source out of our overall capital improvement program. Again, I know that an item is pending some further direction, but just want to make that relationship clear. And then the last Recommended changes, non-substantive administrative edits, kind of cleanup items, some things that we have caught as we've been reviewing this draft report since it was released in August. The last item that we are seeking some council direction on is a fourth service area, which we've talked about with the mayor and council. We had recommended areas A, B, and C. There's some discussion on area D, and this would apply only to the parks and streets fees. So that concludes my presentation. As a reminder, we are in phase 1 of the public hearing and the adoption schedule, land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plans. I'm sure there will be discussion about the fees, but that's not the subject of the hearing tonight per se. We will come back to discuss that in more detail at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. So now we've come to the point of the public hearing. There are 4 cards that I have in front of me. If you hear any, you have 5 minutes each. If you hear anyone say something that you were going to say, please allow us the time to not repeat it. So with that, I'd like to call forward Camille Kirshner, representing South.
Hello. Hi, I'm Camille Kirshner. I'm actually representing the extreme northeast. And with regards to the impact fees, I'd like to set the context of the prior discussions we've heard tonight, such as parking and green infrastructure and integrating these planning decisions. You've got this Move Tucson thing going on tomorrow that we all get to learn about, and that's great. I was at the PAG RTA meeting last week and mentioning, reference to their long-range transit plan, and that's great, but the impact fees don't mention transit. I see vehicle miles traveled in there, but that doesn't relate itself to, say, carbon dioxide, which is how we actually deal with the climate situation. And that needs to be sort of the driving, pardon the pun, factor behind these decisions. And that's great that, it's being considered in pieces, but you got to look at the whole picture. And so you got some annexation and rezoning going on in my area, but I am told by the planning person at our neighborhood meeting, oh, you need density and development and ridership to be able to get your express service into fixed route. But no one can give me an answer. How much density? How much ridership? Can I take the express bus to this meeting? No. So you got to make the service useful to the people for them to be able to use it. And you want to build all these parking garages. Well, I'd rather park at the park and ride and be able to take the bus into town or take the light rail that we voted for on Broadway to have dedicated lanes, and yet we're getting light rail to the airport first. That doesn't make sense. So, having some consistency in that approach, it starts with the impact fees. And I'd also like to tie that back to the 2030 district. That's here in the core city right now, but how many people live and work within that district, and how many people travel to it from elsewhere in the city? So that accessibility issue really is the larger picture. The city as the whole needs to be the entire 2030 district in order to make your climate commitments, in order to address all those challenges. And so you just need to make that sustainability option, as Plan Tucson outlines on several different ways. It's all supported already. You've got all the different, complete streets also. These are all things being discussed at the national level. There's complete streets legislation being proposed out of Phoenix at the national level. There's the carbon tax and dividend being discussed, not that it necessarily goes anywhere, but it's part of the national conversation that it will eventually come to be. So it's better to plan now and have that in place instead of having to retrofit our entire city. Let's not turn into Phoenix. Let's learn from what they're doing. And so you can see that with your green infrastructure resolutions, that's also been passed at the county and city level. And the GSI proposal actually aligns with transit improvements. Your active practice guidelines require road construction to retrofit projects that include water management. And you had the study session about enterprise service fees, connecting, all these things, the same goals: reducing heat island, improving air and water quality, supporting walking, biking, transit use. You look at it for water, you need to also look at it for carbon dioxide and integrate all those discussions under the same umbrella. And let's not tie our maintenance to bond issues. You save those dollars that you save by not building more roads. You improve your entire community, all your social impacts associated with having transit options. And you need to, look at that. You want to do your upgrade the lights on Gulflings to make it essentially a freeway. Well, what about upgrading the lights on Broadway to give our buses a direct route to the park and ride? So, until you can get the rail capital, then improve our bus service and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Now we'll see Allison Solomon representing the Metropolitan Pima Alliance.
Good evening, Mrs. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll keep my comments brief. I submitted a letter on behalf of my organization earlier this week, and thank you for introducing me. I am Allison Solomon, the Executive Director of Metropolitan Pima Alliance, and we are located at 2 East Congress. We've had the opportunity to be engaged in the stakeholder process since the inception of it, and aided in choosing the consultants, Tischler Bice, to perform this. And one of the things that we were looking at the time was to do a study that was different than the one in 2014. And in doing that, we've had the opportunity over the last year and a half to really dig into these issues. So I'd like to thank staff for all the work that they've put into this, and for the council for allowing us to be a participant in this. And I would again encourage you to refer to the letter that I submitted to you this last week, and we are committed to continuing to meet with staff and to continuing to bridge the gap between the public and private sector in an effort to bring collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. We'll have Sean Coate representing Saba.
Madam Mayor, council members, good evening. Sean Coate, Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. Appreciate your time and consideration for this item this evening. Saba's been engaged in this issue for the past year, as Elisa said, and appreciate the time and efforts of staff and all the stakeholders to help get us here to this point this evening. As you know, impact fees can be a pretty complicated policy issue, particularly from the home builder perspective. However, this draft in front of you tonight is the product of a lot of back and forth and productive dialogue between the industry and staff. And so I'm happy to say that the draft before you has the support of the home building industry, and would ask for your support in supporting the staff recommendations and moving this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Then our last card is Michael Guyman representing the Tucson Metro Chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, members of the Tucson City Council. My name is Michael Guyman. I am Vice President of the Tucson Metro Chamber, and I am a city resident. I want to echo Sean and Allison in thanking staff for their cooperation and partnership. We have, as Elisa has said, been meeting with them over the last year. They have been very good conversations, very productive conversations, answering a lot of questions. Sean talked about this is pretty heavy-duty stuff, and we've gotten into the weeds with them, and they have answered a lot of very difficult questions, so we certainly thank them for that. We think that the atmosphere that Director Scott Clark has created within the department has been extremely positive. Over the last 5 years, he's really transformed the department into a very customer service oriented department, and we really appreciate that. And we think that the conversations that we've had with them related to impact fees have been very productive as well. I do want to focus, and I know the conversation tonight is not solely focused on fees, it's more the IIP and the LUA. But I do want to talk to a little bit to the council and at least set the stage in relation to the retail proposed fees. We are an organization made up of 1,500 members. Many of those members are in the retail sector. So we are concerned about what these fees may be due to development, and quite frankly, what they may do to the individual businesses themselves, since most of the leases are triple net leases, and in a triple net lease, the tenant pays the expenses of the property in exchange for a lower base rental rate. So a lot of these fees are ultimately passed on to the businesses themselves. It was a little bit of a sticker shock to see that they have been proposed to essentially be doubled. We know that 5 years ago we were in somewhat of a different climate, economic climate, but 5 years later, retail is still experiencing some, I should specify, brick and mortar retail has experienced some challenges as the retail industry has changed. In the recent holiday season, sales have exceeded online sales have exceeded $122 billion and are rising at double-digit rates. 4 or 5 years ago, about 12% of online sales made up the total retail sales. That number is now escalated to 15 and 16%. So we're seeing a lot of changes in the retail market, and we fear that these fees could ultimately relate to brick and mortar retail about being lessened, and we know that 60% of the city's budget is made up of transaction privilege tax in the form of sales tax. So if the retail industry is compromised because of some of these fees and some of the direction that this is heading, that could ultimately compromise the city's budget, and we are concerned about that. Other elements that relate specifically to the IIP and the LUA, and these are really just mainly in the form of questions that I pose. On page 5 of the report, it talks about citywide capacity needs, RTA projects, and other citywide capacity needs. We are looking for a definition of what is included in other citywide capacity needs. And in with that, there was a recent bond measure that was passed for the parks that related to the $225 million new money spent for the parks. So we want to make sure that there's some answers related to how those bonds relate to these fees and the projects that are in with that. I also would like a clarification on the annual updates. We know, as it's been mentioned before, that we can't predict developments like the monastery, so we want to try to determine, as this maybe moves toward an annual update, what does that annual update look like, and what are the costs associated with that. And then finally, there's been a lot of great expansion, the form of new business coming to town. Could these fees ultimately be utilized for possible incentives related to lessening or maybe even waiving some of the fees to incentivize some of the new industrial and commercial growth that is occurring in our community? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Priscilla Storm. I just want to remind you to state your name, whether you live in the city or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. And you can move to the taller one, because you're a tall one.
Hi, my name's Priscilla Storm, Diamond Ventures, 2200 East River Road, Suite 115. Not a resident in the city, but certainly Diamond Ventures has significant property in the city, and we consider ourselves and want to be a good development partner with the city. In November, Diamond Ventures submitted a letter to Mayor and Council that was signed by David Goldstein, the president of Diamond Ventures, Bill Kelly, who runs our commercial portfolio and is the chief financial officer, and myself. I want to just speak to 2 points on commercial impact fees. As it relates to retail, if the fees cannot be left as they are currently, which obviously would be our preference for reasons that the other speakers have stated, it would be very helpful if those fees could be phased in over a period of time. In our letter, we requested a 5-year phase-in. There's been some discussion about a 3-year phase-in, but anything that you could do to mitigate the impact of the level of increase in the retail over what it currently is would certainly be appreciated and helpful. And then as it relates to the mixed-use incentive district, we did also in our letter recommend some different criteria than what's being proposed by staff. Part of the reason for that is to encourage mixed use in areas outside of the urban core and in particularly in those wards and in the impact fee benefit areas where growth is most likely to occur. And a 1/4 mile from existing transit when we know that transit has not made it out into Councilmember Fimbres's or Councilmember Lee's in the way that we want to see mixed use there. We'd like you to consider the possibility of some criteria that would encourage mixed use incentive floating district in some of those more suburban areas where we're likely to see growth. Lastly, in the land use assumptions and IIP report, in each section for parks, police, fire, and roadway, it says no credit or offset is needed to be addressed at this time because the anticipated costs exceed what will be generated by the anticipated impact fees. So for developers that are putting in public infrastructure, some additional clarification, as Alyssa said, would be very helpful for us to know how we can get those, know with some certainty that credits are available to us when we are in fact putting in the infrastructure. As it relates to the effective date, many of the projects that we're planning on developing already have their budgets and are on the books, so a 75-day delay for implementation is going to impact some of the projects that you do have in the city. I want to echo what everyone else has said about Scott and Alyssa. They have been terrific and responsive, and we look forward to continuing to participate in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think we should close the public hearing.
Okay.
I'm glad that we heard stakeholders speak tonight. We've heard from no neighbors. We've heard from no community stakeholders. And I'm not going to vote to close the public hearing right now. I think this discussion warrants one more public hearing. I don't have one neighborhood association represented in this discussion. I don't have any, I'm glad we had a process where the developers met with staff, but they didn't meet with neighbors. So I'm out, not closing the public hearing. I'm going to make a substitute motion that we don't close the public hearing.
Alrighty, so you've made a motion and the motion's on the floor, but what is the proposed continuation in terms of keeping the public hearing open?
We can come back in 30 days and continue the public hearing at that time.
We have a February 19th scheduled meeting as well. Would you want the staff to do a little bit of additional outreach to neighborhood groups so that they can come and give us their input?
Absolutely.
Alrighty, so I would entertain a motion to keep the public hearing open until the February 19th council meeting.
I'll second this motion.
So, wait a minute. Did we have a motion to close it? There's a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion dies, right? Or is it replaced?
We have a motion on the table to close the public hearing. Councilmember Cunningham, Vice Mayor Cunningham is offering a substitute motion to
So we
leave
have
it
to
open.
entertain the substitute motion.
So we entertain the substitute motion first.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second from Councilmember Fimbres to keep the public
Your
hearing.
Honor, I don't believe Councilmember Fimbres can second a substitute motion when he's the maker of the main motion.
Okay, so Councilmember Fimbres may not second your motion, Vice Mayor.
I'll second.
Okay, so Councilmember Santa Cruz seconds the motion to keep the public hearing open for additional input from community groups.
Mayor,
Yes.
over here.
What is that voice coming from?
The voice from the top. So just want to make sure we're clear. This will be a continuation of the public hearing until the time certain, which is February 19th. We'll re-advertise it as a public hearing within the appropriate, we won't have time.
No?
So it'll
what
just
is it? I was
basically
going to ask what the timeline and how this
So we won't,
delays
it will
the
not be,
process.
we don't have the time to advertise it, but your action today basically just continues that. In the meantime, I will have the staff address your concerns, and if you have specific folks that you'd like us to contact, we certainly can do that.
Okay, so staff how will this delay the item in terms of the timeline that we have in front of us?
Mayor, members of the council, so you saw in Elisa's presentation earlier the anticipated schedule and the fact that this is a sequential two-phase adoption process, because you can't consider and have your public hearing on the fees until you've gotten through the public hearing and the action on the land use assumptions in the IIP. So it's going to have a domino effect on the schedule that was presented earlier.
If you look at the schedule, it's up on the screen. The adoption would be March 17th. So assuming that the public hearing is closed and the council gives direction at the 19th, we could potentially have enough, but it'll be very tight. I'm not sure that we can make the notice adequate, the required notices by the 17th. So that could delay it at least one meeting.
Elise?
Honorable Mayor and Council, just a point of clarification. Once you close the public hearing, you have to wait at least a minimum of 30 days before you adopt the report. So we would not be able to make the March 17th. It would have to be in a subsequent meeting.
Well, we have a council meeting on April 4th. I don't see what the problem is.
Councilmember Kosacic?
Would you describe again the outreach that you've done? I mean, this public hearing was advertised. Everybody in the community has had a chance to participate. Would you describe your outreach?
Sure. Honorable Mayor and Council, I talked very briefly about the stakeholder process with the development community. We did also provide all information about the impact fee update process on the city's website with regular updates following every meeting, including mayor and council study sessions. We put items in the city's newsnet to go out periodically, which gets blasted to multiple sources, and we did also do a formal public notice as required for the public hearing.
And so, of all people sitting up here, I'm totally sensitive to the desire to get neighborhood representatives involved. They never seem to miss a public hearing when it's of interest to them. And so I'm just suggesting to you that this was not a secret. And I'm going to...
Steve, I've been up here for 10 years, and I can tell you multiple times when people have shown up.
Vice Mayor, please respect the time.
That we have had an opportunity, everyone has had an opportunity to participate. This has been a long process, and I'm going to support keeping this on the track that it's on.
So what I'll say is that we've had multiple times over the years where we've had constituents come on the last day and say that this whole thing is a surprise to them, and I don't want to be caught on that situation.
They're not here tonight. This is the last day. More often than not, and I don't mean this as a criticism to MPA, but it's usually an MPA or a SABA that comes on the 11th hour and sends us an email and says, hey, what about us? We got one today from multi-housing people who have said, hey, what about us?
Exactly.
So there is a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Council member? Okay. You know, I agree that this process has been long, that there has been many meetings with stakeholders and community. I am not willing to delay the timeline. I think that this has been a good conversation in the community. That you know, as Councilmember Kosacic has said, we've advertised this in the newspaper, through the internet, through our website. And I concur that, that we want to have as much input from the community as possible, but this has not been a secret. It's been long in coming. There's been discussions, and so I'll call roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Nay.
Mrs. Lee?
Nay.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Kozaczek?
No.
Mayor Romero?
Nay. So motion fails.
So I'll move that we adopt the recommendation.
So the motion is to close the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even done that yet, yeah.
The motion is to close the public hearing. And there's a second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Righty. So all in favor indicate by saying aye, or do we need a roll call?
You can do roll.
All in favor, well, let's do roll call of closing the public hearing.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Nay.
Mr. Cunningham?
Nay.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. So motion carries, 5-2. All righty, so the public hearing is closed, and then we move to item 9. We're going to continue with the timeline listed from the Planning and Development Services. We move to item 9. Thank you, everyone, for showing up to. Yes, Mr. Fimbres?
Did we covered all the items? Because I know the map was up, she was asking for recommendations. I submitted my recommendations in writing. I think that should be enough to cover that last issue.
On the map issue?
Impact fee map, yeah. So I think
Mr.
that should cover it.
Honorable
Mr.
Mayor
Clark?
and Council, my understanding is one of your colleagues on the seat would like to talk to you a little bit more about that map. We have until the 17th to bring a final report. So for the moment, I'd like to leave it as an open issue.
Okay, we got it.
All right, so no
Mayor.
decision on the maps or
Yeah.
anything has been
No,
made?
yeah, so
Okay.
it just gives more time. Okay, thank you.
All righty.
I have a question, too.
So there's a question from
So-
council members. Kozaczek.
Go ahead.
So Honorable Mayor and Council, there were 5 recommendations made to you tonight regarding the draft impact fee study and changes. Do you have any guidance on any of those recommended changes? So it was removing park amenities such as the boat ramps, golf facilities, things that cannot be included by statute in the impact fee study?
Mayor, maybe I can help a little bit here. A couple things. One, we've made an assumption that the recommendations as outlined here are what you would want us to proceed. If between now and the 17th, hopefully between now and the 19th, if you look at these and have concerns, we can bring it back to you in a study session for the 19th to have more dialogue about it, but otherwise we're going to pursue.
Can we make this,
recommendations that we've
can
made.
I request that we put it on the study session now?
On the study session to talk about the
Yes.
details of the
Yes.
parks, police, and fire.
The recommendations?
Yeah, we're going to have agenda committee meeting tomorrow, and we could do it at that point, if that's okay, Vice Mayor? Yeah, we could do that, absolutely.
So Scott, the question I had with respect is in the draft on page 5, figure 1, it has the little table there that recommended calculation methodologies. I just want to clarify that the streets, service areas, 83% goes to specific service areas and 17% goes citywide.
Right. Honorable Mayor and Council, that is correct.
But all of the streets money goes to arterials and 0 goes to local residential streets?
I don't think we.
Because it says arterial street improvements.
My understanding, that's correct, Honorable Mayor and Council.
So that will be a part of my comments on the 17th or not, whenever the next meeting is. Because why? Because development impacts local streets as well. Why would we be putting all 83% to arterials when we have an RTA that's all they're doing?
Okay.
So that'll be Unless there's some statutory requirement that we do that.
And we'll address that in the study session in greater detail. Okay?
All righty, any other questions?
I have about 50, so we probably need to have I'd say we'll probably have a longer discussion offline. The bottom line is that Steve just started the conversation. Whether or not a new development or subdivision owns its own roads through its HOA, or we're going to maintain them, has to be part of the impact fee conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, in the staff recommendation of the slides, the amount allotted to police, fire, and parks isn't disambiguated. It's only a bit. The original report on page 9 only has it at the 250 increment. I'd also like to know what percentage of homes are built between, so we really know what we're getting, because that's great that we're gonna charge more for a 3,700 square foot home, but what, 3 of them got built last year in the city limits? So there's just some things on here that we're really not considering. That's kind of why I wanted to argue that the public meeting may need to be open, and that's why those are my concerns. I mean, it all looks good on paper, and I appreciate the study. I know that the consultant has a very good reputation. I'd also like to see how we're doing compared to other cities and impact fees, and I don't have that information yet. So without that information, we really can't make an informed decision as a body.
And I would recommend, so we can add this to our agenda for the 19th as a study session item, Council Member or Vice Mayor Cunningham. And you could, those questions that you have, you might want to send in advance to staff, so that staff knows exactly what the questions you have in advance, and we could direct them very clearly even before the 19th study session items. So that's what I would recommend, so that staff prepares for this particular item. I too have some questions about the map and the areas. I have questions about streets and how to get there, but I think that we have the recommendations are based on Arizona revised statutes. This is exactly, this particular study helps us get to where we are in terms of the recommendations for the impact fees. So I guess that it would be appropriate to have a discussion to answer all the questions. And if there's a possibility of you sending the questions ahead of time, even better. Yeah. Anything else? Good? Okay. So we are on item 9. Thank you everyone so much for participating in all this process and in this public hearing. Really appreciate it. Item 9.
Zoning SC 1921 Hagen Irvington I-1 zone wireless communication facility special exception land use ordinance adoption. Report from city manager, report from zoning examiner, ordinance number 11722.
City manager's communication number 35 dated February 4th is received into and made part of the record. This is a special exception land use request for property located on Irvington Road, east of South Nogales Highway in an I-1 zone. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the special exception request subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Hi, good evening. I'm Mike Campbell. I'm the consultant for Crown Castle. Honorable Mayor and members of council, it's a pleasure to be here this evening. First off, I want to thank staff. They've guided us through the process here and very helpful all the way through. As noted, Crown Castle, one of the major tower companies across the nation, proposes a new 98-foot co-locatable monopole at 350 East Irvington Road. The monopole is a relocation site from an existing facility at Rudy Garcia Park. The 98-foot structure matches the height of the existing facility. The relocation is required due to the expiration of the current lease that expired in 2018.
Sir, before you move on,
yes,
I need to ask you if you are agreeable to the proposed requirements.
Requirements.
the proposed requirements in the zoning examiner's recommendations?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, yes, my client has reviewed and approved the conditions as stated by the
Alrighty then.
examiner.
I think that's the appropriate response that we were looking for. Thank you for your presentation and introducing yourselves to us, but we just wanted to know if you were agreeable to the requirements.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11722 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11722 relating to zoning, a special exception land use wireless communication facility, SE 1921, Hagen Irvington Road, located approximately 280 feet south of Irvington Road and 1,370 feet east of South Nogales Highway, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility monopole with a height of 98 feet within an approximately 4,000 square foot lease area in the I-1 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the request for special exception as recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11722.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
McSena Cruz?
Aye.
Ordinance 11722 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Zoning, SE 1918, Arizona Auto Parts, Littleton Road, I-2 zones, special exception land use, city manager's report, ordinance adoption, report from city manager, report from zoning examiner, ordinance number 11723.
City Manager's Communication Number 32, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a special exception land use request for property located on the north side of Littleton Road, approximately 1,600 feet east of Wilmon Road, in an I-2 zone. The preliminary development plan proposes a two-phase development of the auto salvage yard. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the request subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Lexi Wellett, and I am the representative for the property owner and Arizona Auto Parts. First and foremost, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before you all. And cut to the chase here, we are agreeable to all of the zoning conditions presented before you all this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11723 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11723 relating to zoning, a special exception land use, automotive salvage yard, and metal recycling operation, SE 1918, Arizona Auto Parts, located on the north side of Littleton Road, approximately 1,600 feet east of Wilmot Road, approving with conditions the development of a two-phase development of an auto salvage yard, with the first phase in the east portion of the property surrounding an existing 12,918 square foot building, and the second phase in the west portion of the property, including construction of a 2,500 square foot building with recycled material storage and processing area in the back on 27 acres in the I-2 zone in case C 1918, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Is Russ or Ken here? If so, I just wanted to thank you all for being here. I don't know if you came down from Phoenix for this, but I wanted to thank you for being here. Regarding this business, just some quick information I wanted to share with you all that I learned during this process is that this company is a 100-year-old auto recycling company. The family has been doing this for 4 generations, and just industry-wide, there are 25 million tons of recycled end-of-life vehicles in the U.S. alone. And the opportunity that gives us here in Tucson and in Ward 4 is pretty exciting. They're expected to generate $36 million in total economic impact, resulting in $3 million in trade with Mexico, which is obviously important for us here in Tucson and in Ward 4 with our rail operations. And currently, the company acquires about 200 vehicles a month from Tucson and takes them elsewhere to process. So they're looking at 20 to 25 new jobs, good paying jobs here in Ward 4. So with that, my motion to approve the request is recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11723.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming from Phoenix, and we really appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Item 11.
zoning C91920, Hariri Craycroft Road, R1 to O1, city manager's report from city manager.
City Manager's communication number 33, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.31 acres from R1 to O1 zoning. The rezoning site is located on the east side of Craycroft Road, approximately 600 feet north of Pima Street. The preliminary development plan proposes the conversion of an existing one-story vacant residential structure into an office building. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the O1 zoning, subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or a representative present? If you can introduce yourself, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Frank Rendon, 3D Architectural Designs. I'm the owner's representative, and we agree with everything here, and I'm hoping everything goes good.
Alrighty, thank you so much. So you are agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt the rezoning.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12.
Zoning C91818, Prince of Tucson RV Park, North Freeway, O3 and C2 to MH2. Ordinance adoption. Report from city manager. Ordinance number 11724.
City Manager's communication number 34, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 11724 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11724 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the west side of I-10, approximately 900 feet south of Prince Road in case C91818, Prince of Tucson RV Park, North Freeway, O3 and C2 to MH2, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
My office spoke recently with the team working on this rezoning. I know that Michael Marks with MJM Consulting had hoped to be here tonight, but he is ill. Michael, we hope you feel better soon. I believe his engineer, Pete Solanga, may be here. Thank you for coming. This has been a smooth process. As staff has indicated, the team has met the initial expectations of the city. With that, I move we pass and adopt Ordinance 11724.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ordinance 11724 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Economic Initiatives, Hospitality and Promotional Agreement for Major League Soccer Preseason Training Camp. This item has been continued at the request of staff.
City Manager's communication number 40, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item 14.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, February 19th, 5:30 p.m. in the Mayor and Council chambers at City Hall, located at 255 West Alameda in Tucson, Arizona.